Test. Yep, alright, perfect. Hello, everybody. My name is Mark. No, it's been a minute, everybody. I have been busy losing my mind. Let me get that real quick. Test some things. Let's see. There we go. Just gotta wait for the chat bot. Any day now, Mr. Chatbot. Good grief. I hate that I can't make it, join before I'm ready. Well, ready to start the stream, you know what I mean. While I'm waiting for bot Rex to join, what other killers do I need? Yeah, just these three. I need to wait until I've got more. What are they? Yeah, Eerie Shards, anywho's. It's always good to get more Springtrap practice in. Let's see. The unknown cameraman, what is good? Sup? Let's see. I am doing great. Hopefully you are as well. It has been a very busy past couple weeks for me. And like the title says, I'd love to, what is it? Have you guys help me come up with ideas for my next hot take submission. I have been drawing the biggest blank, and I have no idea why. I'm usually like, oh, yeah, this is something I think that is definitely a hot take, but I don't know. Like, I've just been kind of out of FNAF. I've been doing a lot of, like, other real-life stuff trying to get this, business started, so my mind has been occupied, and I'm trying to force myself to get back in a FNAF mode, I guess, for lack of a better term. There we go. Let's see. So, yeah, hopefully can kind of get that figured out, just because I don't know. I mean, you know, setting up a business takes forever, but it's just like I don't know why I'm drawing such a blank. Like, usually I've got a lot of hot takes, and that's gotten me some flack before in the FNAF community. So hopefully you guys, like, if you guys have any as well, feel free to chime in. Here, let me test again, see if the chatbot snuck in here without me seeing. Let's see. No, what the heck? Let's see. Make sure everything's good. Been a minute since I've been streaming, so, but, okay, yeah. That is good. Guess it's just taking him a second to hop in. I don't know why. Sometimes the bot's super fast on hopping in. Other times it takes forever. But once he's in, it's great. It's just I kind of like having the transparent chat so you guys can actually keep talking to me while I'm in-game. We'll just kind of do this fun build. Not really looking to sweat, but just get use out of it. The problem with blood flavor is that it's used so often with Springtrap in Dead by Daylight that all the survivors expect him to have it, so they're the second they see Springtrap, they're immediately looking for totems anyways. So it's kind of hard to get value out of it, which is why I'm wondering, like, maybe it would be better to do something else with this spot. What would be good, though? Because with that build, I'm trying to, let's see, Afton being a mad scientist, it makes him a more interesting character villain. It does. What is it? Good God, hopefully the chatbot hops in soon. What is it? Yeah, it does. Like, that's kind of like the compelling part of it, because, like, as well, we don't really know what he knew at different parts of the timeline, right? Or even, like, what fits in where in the timeline, right? Like, even just the question of, like, where does Sister, like, well, and connected to your, statement on, him being a mad scientist and everything, that just kind of connects to it, like, what exactly happened when and where. Let's see. There we go. Now Botrix joined, finally. Good grief. My apologies, guys. I don't know why it took so long. There we go. Say thank you, finally, Botrix. There we go. And now we can get this gravy train rolling. Let's see. Having a lot of dropped frames, though. Let's see. I'm wondering, would you guys be too super pissed if I went to go, adjust my Starlink real quick? Like, can I do that, or do you want me to just go ahead and hop in a game and just kind of fingers crossed? I'll leave that to you guys. Here, and make sure I can actually see stuff now. Oh, wait, yeah, I also want to... Yeah, there we go. Do that. There we go. There we go. There we go. Scooch that out. There we go. Yeah, I'll leave that, guys, up to you. There we go. Just to check one more time. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we are all good. But yeah, do you guys want me to just hop in a game, or do you want me to try and adjust my Starlink real quick? Because I do not want that to happen in the middle of a match. Let me actually check the app on my phone real quick before we hop in a match. I just really don't want a DC or have you guys have to reconnect like that in the middle of a match. I don't know why I've not really moved it. William Afton should have been the protagonist of Secret of the Mimic. I really was thinking he was going to be, and what is it? I don't know if you saw, but I made like that swing and a miss theory, my second big one, like right before Secret of the Mimic dropped. I actually made that theory that I thought the main protagonist was going to be William. Turns out I was wrong, but woe is me that thinking a guy with like short brown hair, who's clearly like a tech, aligned, genius guy, with a purple bow tie would have anything to do with William Afton. Like, I don't know. I mean, hey, that was a very clever like misdirect, I guess. But like, what else was I supposed to think when they're giving him a purple bow tie? Um, I guess I should have linked that more with the MCM logo itself. But like, again, like, why make it purple? Because now there's like three men that like all look the same and have like the same characteristics, which kind of annoys me. Because people talk before about like how, God, isn't it so odd that Henry and William like look so alike and are always depicted so similarly. Um, that's always been a weird one. And now instead of like clarifying that and like differentiating them more, now we've got a third guy who looks exactly like the other two. Um, God, maybe that should be a theory. William and Henry and Edwin are like someone swapped places with somebody. That would be a wild theory. Well, and I mean Edwin is missing as of Secret of the Mimic or the end of it. God, that's a thought. If Edwin did swap places with somebody, who it would have to be Henry, right? Like I feel like it would be. But like what that'd be so interesting like as a thought. Um like if he did, right? Um Here, yeah, I'm going to adjust my Starlink real quick. I will be right back, guys, because clearly something's boogered. Hold up. There we go. Sorry about that. I am a pro streamer. Now let's see if that works. There we go. Let's get right into it. They're a person of different universes. Yeah, they definitely seem to be. Actually, let's adjust that a little bit. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. Scrunch that down a bit. Yeah, that'll be fine. There we go. Perfect, now I can easily see chat, and we are all good. Now let's see if we can find a match and stay in one. Hopefully Starlink doesn't booger me. Yeah, hopefully some people will filter back in. I know it took like a 20-minute break there. I know, riveting stream. So I probably killed the audience there. But I had to move the Starlink a while ago, and despite the alignment being good, I had a bunch of obstructions, and it's hard to get a clear view of the sky because I have so many trees around me, so endless fun. But hey, at least everything's set up now, and if people come in, we should be all good. Let's see, what do we got? A whole bunch of nothing. Got a lot of custom stuff. This could be concerning. Ooh. And a bunch of console players. Could also be not good. Let's see. Now let's see if we can find a match and stay in one. Here we go. Hopefully Starlink doesn't booger me. I might just have to end the stream after this. We'll do this one match. So I probably killed the audience there, but I had to move. Alright, endless fun. Yeah, I'll probably have to reset the stream. Amazing. Just because it's so far behind on YouTube, so endless fun. But yeah, we'll give them an actual match. And I'll get to see if the connection is actually stable now. I'm hoping it is. The alignment still looks good. We will see. Oh boy, Leary's. Row. Let's see. Rislium aft. Michael, I found TikTok. Michael, I've learned about mewing. Here. That no terror radius is something sexy. Mog him a little bit there. Oh, hello there, Michaela. Let the brain rot consume you. Grab this real quick. Skedaddle this way. No, they got him. Oh, look at you, slick little pickle. Look at that slick pickle. 3 injured now. There we go, that works. Hide from me forever. Let's see. Up you go.
You belong here.
Okay, I'll check here and work our way back. Yep, go for the unhook. Oh, I'm sick. I have no idea who's there. Okay. You guys all just giving up that fast?
Go on. Scream.
They're just throwing themselves at me for no discernible reason. Where's the other one? Go ahead and finish this off, I guess, if they're gonna give up that quickly. Yep, right here.
Oh.
Yeah, she didn't want That's medium pull. Oh, somehow they got themselves up with the last chance perk. Sick. Which, I don't know why, if they're trying to give up. Very curious. I don't know why they give up and then they start to try again as I'm about to win.
Lay there and suffer.
Alright, Alright, I guess. Good game, I guess. Alright, I guess. Good game, I guess. I mean, I wish they would actually, you know, play, but it is what it is. There we go. Alright, well, let's check that. I might have to redo the stream. Or... No, we might be good, actually. Alright, well, let's... Or... No, we might be good, actually. Yeah, it looks like it caught up. Okay. I mean, hey, works for me. We'll keep going. But yeah, thank you for filtering back in, guys. What is it? I have no idea why Starlink... Well, I do know why Starlink... It's fixed now. So yeah, help me come up with ideas. Like, what could I do for a hot take video? Because I'm sure Not Real Name Not At All is getting close to doing another one. I've wanted to put one out preemptively for a while, but I've had to do a bunch of stuff getting my business started, so my mind has been elsewhere. And now I'm just coming up at a blank for, because I want to do, excuse me, I want to do my hot take submission first before I move on to my next theory video. And I'm just coming up at a loss for, like, what is a hot take that I have? And I don't know, maybe just ask me questions about FNAF, guys. Maybe, like, something will occur to me on, like, oh, I think this, and it's controversial. You know? Maybe that'll help me come up with something. And hey, for what it's worth, if you do, you can definitely know, obviously, what my hot take submission is going to be ahead of time, which would be neat. Now we wait for another match. So feel free to chime in. Just let me know, like, what seems like it would be a good one. It's because it's like, you know, I can only look inward so much on, like, what are, like, hot takes that I have of FNAF. Because, like, the obvious, like, big ones with William are already known, so I can't use those. Glitchslinger, hello. Thank you for hopping in the stream. You are more than welcome to hop in. I'm just kind of playing DBD in the background while I'm trying to think of ideas for my next hot take submission for Not Real Name Not At All. I told her that I would kind of get one done earlier, but it's taken me too long because I've been focusing on getting my business started, so I've been out of the FNAF brain for a while, and now that I'm coming back to it, I'm just coming up at a loss. I sat, like, all yesterday trying to think of something, and, like, I'm drawing up a blank because, like, I already used my good ones on, like, my hot takes with William, my hot takes with Old Man Consequences, and so it's like, you know, I'm kind of tabling the floor to you guys. Like, maybe ask me questions about FNAF, see what I know. Maybe I can answer something for you, and, you know, maybe that'll jog my memory and I'll think of something that I, you know, is a hot take that I have, I guess. So yeah, while I'm playing Glitch Stinger, feel free to ask any questions you have about FNAF, and I'll do my best to answer. Or DBD as well, if you've got questions about the match as well, feel free to ask. This is just kind of my have fun build. Well, one of my two have fun builds with him. Hot take, MCI 187 is a perfectly reasonable conclusion. Or MCI 87. What, that the missing children incident happened in 87? I thought that's when it did take place. I didn't know that was a hot take. I thought that was pretty solid because, oh, you little pickle. You dirty pickle. Yeah, I thought, it was pretty solid that it was like, how in the name of pickle sauce did I miss that? Because what is it, Charlie? Or wait, no, the crying child and Charlie's death both happened in '83. But then it's some years past that until William does the MCI for his remnant experiments after the sister location animatronics start messing up. Or getting too risky. So, I mean, that is an idea, but it's like news to me that the MCI 87 is a hot take. I thought that was, like, one of the more solid things we have in FNAF. Hello. Got the hit and primed that. Excellent. Up you go. On this guy, we'll check those two over there. I got that rescue fast. Yeah, we'll give this a lickety-kickety. Not much on it. Pretty much kill it. And nothing on the... There is a bit on it, but... Get back up there. Yeah. Sable. 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 I want my axe back. Sable. To be more clear, when I say it happens in I mean that it happens in the FNAF 2 restaurant. So that the MCI happened in the FNAF 2 restaurant is the hot take? Hold on. Boogied that way now, that's fine. Head up here. Hi, Sable. What happened in the FNAF 2 restaurant? I mean, I would guess I would wonder, like, what's the... I'm trying to find a better way to say that than, what's the big deal? And moreover, like, what's the narrative point of that? Like, why does it matter that it's not in the FNAF 1 restaurant? And if it's not, why is Golden Freddy haunting it? Like, why don't we see Golden Freddy? Or do we see Golden Freddy in the FNAF 2 restaurant? I'm trying to remember. Not on a gym. Over here real quick. Hi, Sable. I can't believe that worked again. Russian Doom Gins, Russian Doom Gins, Russian Doom, Russian Doom, Russian Doom Gins.
Excellent whelp.
Alright, if you're not gonna want to take chase, that works for me. Was that a stunt? Sick. FNAF 2 Golden Freddy appears by teleporting into the office and becoming a floating head. Okay, so yeah, he is present there. He could be there. Then yeah, if Golden Freddy could be there, I guess I would just wonder again, like, why? Like, what's the big deal if it is, if the MCI takes place in the FNAF 2 restaurant instead of the FNAF 1 restaurant?
Up you go.
Alright, now. Or that works too.
Exquisite.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, they boogied hard. No one's on that one. Alright, now we camp this hook. Yeah, it could be. It is a hot take, I guess. I could see people, like, feeling more strongly about it. I guess I just would wonder, like, what's the point of the FNAF 1 location, I guess, then? And why is Golden Freddy also there? Is what I would wonder. There we go. Excellent. Go on, guys. Stay. Waste more of your time. Thought I heard it for a sec. Is it here? Oh, yeah, it is. Interesting. Oh, come on, I wanted you to waste more of your time. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Which is funny, because I thought they came in with nothing. They might have been just item hunting or having perks for that. Windows, nah, I just got lucky then. Fair enough. So yeah, that would be a decent one, but that doesn't feel, like, spicy enough. Like, that term is dumb, but, like, let's see. Uh-oh, did my stream die? No, we're good. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, that would just be the thing I would wonder. No, we're good. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, that would just be the thing I would wonder. It's like, I feel like I need something spicier than that. Like, that is a good point, that it very well could, because Golden Freddy is in both the FNAF 1 and FNAF 2 locations, and, I mean, hell, now that I think about it, that's kind of odd, right? Because that's never really been talked about, I don't think, about, like, why is Golden Freddy able to, like, move around between these different locations? Because he is, blah, 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 speak. It isn't the actual suit that's appearing. It's just a, what is it? Golden Freddy, like, manifesting in different areas. So, unless the suit's being moved, which that's never been clarified if it is, I don't think. How is Golden Freddy able to do that? Because, again, I also think of the stream we did. Like, we talked about that with the White Tiger, with, David. Like, how is the White Tiger able to, like, apparate or appear in different parts of the facility, especially down in the basement? But, like, how is he, like, and all of these places are, like, assumedly not where he died. And, like, maybe you could argue, like, he can just kind of haunt the general facility, which, okay, maybe. It feels odd that, like, the White Tiger is, like, concentrated in the basement, you know what I mean? Which is why we wondered for a minute, like, maybe that's where he died, you know? And I guess I just wonder the same thing with Golden Freddy. At the time of FNAF 2, Fredbear should be in the safe room alongside the Spring Bonnie suit. Yes. Yes. Because, what is it? Fredbear's was closed in '83. With what we know now was Secret of the Mimic. It closed the same year that Freddy Fazbear's opened, but there was at least some number of months of overlap between Fredbear's is still running, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza has started, and no one has died yet. I remember we went into that, again, in the stream as well. God, we really need to do another stream with the three of us. That was so much fun, and we just covered so much ground. And, like, that's where we, like, really started to make those connections. And I know others have done it, like, since or, like, besides us, but, like, really drawing a connection between Golden Freddy and the White Tiger. Once it hit me, like, oh, like, this is effectively the same thing going on, just with two different characters at two different times. Like, that's where we really started to put pieces together. Well, the suits were used at the first Freddy's for a short while before being retired. Do we know that? Hang on, yeah. I could see that because I remember, what is it? It was either FNAF 2 or 3. We got the phone calls, or recorded phone calls of Phone Guy talking about how, and I think it was FNAF 2, like, the temporary suits in the back can be used, da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, any questions about, like, relevancy to our restaurant should be dismissed. You know, like, which tells me, like, oh, yeah, that's probably the Spring Bonnie and Spring Freddy suit. So you got a point there. And it's just retroactively we know what that means now, but more than likely he's talking about the spring suits of Fred Bear and Spring Bonnie. And they were used temporarily. And I'm pretty sure that phone call was in FNAF 2. Now, I don't know what location he's talking... Face through the wall there. I don't know what location he's talking about, but we know that, yeah, you're right, they were kind of temporarily used at a Freddy's location, at least. Which is odd. Because wasn't that... Yeah, that was in 83 in regards to the spring lock failure. It was good. Hi, Adam. Rower, next dude. That's certainly very interesting to note, though. Check up here. Grab this guy. Someone slink away from me. Oh, they sure did. Here, watch this. We'll put something funny. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. Now. Nice, Sable. I'll read that in just a moment. Oh, they are. Give me just a moment and I will read that. She boogied over there. Kick this. Alright, she straight boogied. Sable, yep. For it. There we go. Alright, yeah, you quit that, Sable. Yeah, they were really playing patty cake with me there. Hold up. In FNAF 3 Night 4, tape says the 2 suits at Freddy's are being retired due to the company learning about a spring life. They're happy to get a sister location. Yeah. Which isn't obviously the sister location bunker or company, but it is, what is it? The Springlock failure from, what is it? This is after 83. Yeah, this has to be in regards to, the Bite of 87. The employee who got switched to the day shift. Dip. Head back over here. Hello, Paranormal Fast Files. I will respond to you in just a moment. Hello. She just let me grab her. Funny. They really want that gin. They are handing me hook states to get it. Circus Baby's Pizza World. Yeah, no, and that's what I was saying. It probably wasn't that one. It was the, FNAF 2 location. Oh, jeez-o. Oh, they've just been sitting on those like happy little campers. It's fine, this game takes concentration. It does. God, they really want this game. None of them are gonna worry about getting her off the... No, okay, I guess. Alright, fair enough, works for me. Go stun me, excellent primed. Go. Russian Doom Junes, Russian Doom Junes, Russian Doom Junes. Oh, it's Paranormal Sim from Discord, by the way. Oh, hello. It's spent the weekend separate channels. Hey, enjoy the fun. What is it? I've been trying to get my business started and losing my mind, and I'm trying to get back into FNAF brain, and I am having the darndest time doing it because I wanted to do a hot take submission first. But I am just drawing a blank. Nothing there. On what to submit. Go there. There. door's right there, but I don't really care. Sick, okay. Go. Go tunnel her out. Sick. Let's see. The white tiger isn't David. Probably is but just rage bait, JK. That would certainly be a hot take. For sure. No doubt about that. There, interesting, okay. These doors are just so far away. Someone was here. Ah, yep, there he is. Thank you for not going the whole way. Okay, with that. But you lost your distance. Yep. Sit right here. Here, try again, Sable. Come on. There you go. Try again. One left. Excellent. Got him out. 2K, not bad. White Tiger. Yeah, that would certainly be a hot take. But like, for me to like submit it to not real name, like I want it to be like spicy, but also like annoyingly believable. You know what I mean? Like, or believable. I appreciate, because I guess like with my Old Man Consequences one, like I didn't have to be believable. That was just a take. Because, like, it wouldn't be a hot take. Like, as he was saying earlier, the one, Glitch suggested, um, that, the White Tiger and Golden Freddy, are kind of like one and the same, but that I don't really think that's a hot take. I think that everyone's kind of on the same page with that. You know, same with, like, you know, wondering if the MCI happened in the FNAF 2 location. Like, I just wonder, like, what does that really matter? What does that change? Whether it was in the FNAF 1 or FNAF 2 location. But, God, what are, like, people talking about recently? Like, and you would probably actually know, more than I would, Paranormal. I've heard the theory of, like, God David. I've heard that mentioned, but I've not, like, actually taken the time to, like, look into it. What, if you know what it is, could you, like, give me the brief rundown on it? Yeah, hot takes are hard, and yeah, that's why I kind of wanted to, brainstorm with chat here. People have kind of floated in and out. Let's do my... yeah, my actually fun build. Yes. Yeah, hot takes are hard, but it's been nice to, like, bounce ideas off chat, because, again, I've not been in, like, FNAF mode for a couple weeks now. And I really need to get this hot take done before I do my next theory video. I really don't want to make her wait any longer than I probably have. I mean, hey, worst case, I'll just end up in the next one. Yeah, maybe, like, just start coming up, like, bringing up things that, like, people are talking about. Like, again, I've heard God David mentioned, but I don't really know about it. God David from memory is basically that David, Dave, and Gregory are all, quote, the same. What do they mean? Like, the same, as in, like, how the White Tiger and Golden Freddy are the same, but they're two different characters? Or are they saying, like, David, Dave, and Gregory are all the same person? Does that make sense? Like, I'm trying to get what that is. David, Dave, and Gregory. I mean, they're very similar, and there are 3 of them, and that is weird. But now we have the same dynamic with William, Henry, and Edwin, and that's also very weird, right? Like, guys with, like, short brown hair. I guess the one difference with Edwin is that he has glasses. But it was so odd to me. He was depicted with a purple bow tie in the teasers, and that's why I made that theory, like, oh, we're going to play as William in Secret of the Mimic. And that didn't pan out. We're playing as some completely random young guy called Arnold we never hear about, have never heard about before, and might never hear about again.
Will destroy you.
Fear will destroy you. Theories will destroy you. Alright, let's get over here. Like, that's just the part I wonder. It's like, that certainly is odd that they're so similar. Howdy doodly. Go. Michael Jackson. Yep. Ooh, that was close. Do I hear somebody in the kitchen? I sure do. You all are trying to gen rush me. No. Thank you for giving me the pallet, though. There we go. Lickety-kickety. Hit that. And now watch this. We're going to pull a fast one. Oh, I wish we did. Watch this. They can't resist. This gen's so close. They're going to come. Shh, 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 shh. Sable. Hi, Sable. Or hi, Rick. Rickety-doo-dog rhymes. Rickety-doo-dog rhyme. Hi, Sable. There we go. zone this a little bit. Can I make it? Can I make it? Yep. Excellent. I'd need to watch it again to explain it properly. And yeah, that's fine. I was just curious if you didn't know offhand. Let's see. Was anyone just waiting for me to TP? Someone's gonna come for the unhook. We'll wait it out. I want this gen to regress, and I want to get the drop on somebody. Recorded a video recently that Henry is a partner in crime and not a victim. Oh yeah, and I remember going back and forth with you about that. That itself is a hot take. Maybe that'd be an idea. Oh, yep. We've got a customer. Go. Let's see. Give this a kick. Pop in here, and now we try it again. That would be a hot take. I mean, earlier when you said the FNAF 3 tape is referring to the bite, do you mean 87 or 83? The bite of 87 with the employee that got switched to the day shift to presumably give William more cover. If I remember the lore right, like, because William was the other one. Hang on. Oh, I thought that was the other one. Go. Here, I'll read that in just a moment.
Go on. Scream.
I thought it was cool because Henry is probably played by Skeet Ulrich, and Ulrich and Lillard were Billy and Stu and Scream, so even if it isn't true, it's a cool cross-media parallel. And yeah, Glitch Stinger, I did mean the bite of 87, where the employee got bit. Henry's probably... Where have you seen that? That is massively interesting if he's going to do that, because I thought, and this might sound crazy, but the first FNAF, movie, I thought the twist was going to be that Mike Schmidt's dad was actually Henry the whole time. And the actor that played his dad would be Henry. Not to say you're wrong or anything, aren't the tapes implied to be from the first Freddy's? What is it? What, in, wow, P100, P60, that makes more sense. They flew so fast, okay. What is it? Not to say you're wrong, aren't the tapes implied to be... I mean, they could be. The ones, talking about how they had the bite... That'd be odd. I mean, you know, it definitely could... Well... Yeah, because this is about... hang on, we're bouncing back and forth.
Will suffer.
What is it? Here we go. Play, there we go. The tapes from FNAF 2 are referring to the FNAF 1 building, and the FNAF 1 building is where the Bite of 87 happened. It could be that, or, well, no, wait a minute, because the FNAF 2 tapes, those are about, yeah, the FNAF 3 tapes are about FNAF 1 as well, but the FNAF 2 tapes are actually for that location, because, like, it's, like, the building is still open when that game takes place. Because, like, phone guys talking about, like, oh, yeah, we're going to move whoever to the day shift. What are you still doing there? The place is closed. Didn't you hear about what happened? And that's when the murders happened in 87. So I would think, no, that they were about the FNAF 2 location because of that. Now, for you, I still think Mike's dad is going to be Henry. Yeah, that's what I thought. And they're going to have a heart-to-heart and save the day together, and I'm going to roll my eyes so hard. Well, maybe not that part, but I thought the setup is that, oh, Mike, your dad was Henry all along, but I guess that would be weird, because, like, Mike and Abby say they had never heard of a Freddy's before. And with Mike being, like, old enough, like, surely he would have remembered, but, like, God, that'd be so weird. So maybe you're right. Maybe Henry's going to be someone totally, completely different. Even though that is what is it? That's something not clarified, because it's it's said in the movie or implied that, like, the wife killed herself and the dad just left. So the dad's still out there somewhere in the movie continuity. The FNAF 2 tapes are supposed to be about FNAF 2. It's real time. Yeah, in 87. Yeah, and that's what I thought. We might be in for a treat here. We'll have some fun with this build. If I start to suck too bad, I'll go to my good build. Repress memories as a FNAF thing. Yes, it is. I feel like we're going to get close to what a hot take would be, because we're going to run into something in the timeline where I'm like, wait a minute, didn't that do that? You know what I mean? And that's what, whole purpose of this stream is, so, maybe we'll see here. And again, if there's anything you guys want to chime in with, or ideas, or whatever while we're doing this, feel free. This is kind of like an open platform for everyone right now. Like, what in the FNAF lore, like, I guess, do you want to talk about, or do you have that's a hot take? Because I know that's one of yours, Paranormal, is that Henry was like a straight-up partner in crime with him, which I agree with you. I just want to see more evidence.
This will be fun.
This will be fun, hopefully. I think it would make sense. Game, William 3 kids, Henry 1 kid, movie William. Yeah, and they just swap. I bet over here. Wouldn't the bite count as a spring lock failure? Yes, and I thought it did. Hey, look, we got lucky with a guess. Aw, a little off the top, but... There we go, that's primed. Excellent. I want my axe back. Nope, okay, now we moonwalk. Yep. Yep. Gotcha. That was a little back and forth. I had to work for that one. Hi, guys. Hi, everyone. Yeah, you're not finishing it that fast. There, hold that for me. Any excuse to hate on Henry? Some people really don't like him. I hear a victim. Yep. Oh, I thought that was a left turn. Sick. Yeah, we will not be leaving this. All right, now time to pull a fast one. Old Uncle Willie A is going to pull a fast one. Listen. Yep, they're going to go right back to it. They want to stop it. Come on. Come on, guys. Let's get on the gen. Let's get on the gen. Boom. Look at that. Hi. Hi, everyone. Did old Uncle William pull a fast one on you? Did old Uncle William pull a fast one on you guys? There we go. I think they were trying to bully me a little. Oh, okay. We're gonna slug. Okay. Works for me. Send that there. Now we're gonna wait for him to bleed out. Let's see, if they're wanting to play like that, we can play just as well. Hey, what's good, G? You try to pull a fast one on me? Excellent, now that's primed. You got that pallet going. Let's see. I know you're asking for hot takes, but to be honest, I think most of what you said in this stream would count as a hot take. Really? Oh, give me an example. Like, what do you think is a hot take? I thought, you know, like the FNAF 1-2 location thing. I thought, like, all that's pretty, like, solid at this point. Like, maybe the Henry thing, and yeah, I agree. The Henry thing is definitely a hot take. It is one I agree with, but it's certainly a hot take. Like, what are some other examples? Because, like, if I've said something you think is a hot take, hey, maybe we found a good one. But, like the FNAF 2 tapes referring to the FNAF 2 location, and while it's active... Go heal. Let's see. Oh, hey, what's good, G? Yeah, I didn't think so. There we go. Tree right there, yep. Hey, the bully squads want to do this? I'm having a blast doing this. Did your guys' plan not work? Let's see. How fun do you think a bully squad is for the average player? God, we were just wanting to bully you. It's no fun, man. There, go heal. Try again. Nope. Nice. Got him. Oh, come on, I thought you came to bully. Hang on, guys, I will read in just a moment. The bite of 87 is a springlock failure is a hot take. Well, I mean, didn't the tape outright say that? Or wait. No, oh, okay, yeah. I'm a dingus. I misspoke there for a minute. I forgot. Yeah, that is one of the animatronics getting them because they thought it was William. Yeah, no. My bad. I did not mean that. Yeah, no. It is not a springlock failure for the bite of 87. That was like the animatronics actually attacking. Let's see. I think in terms of evidence, we don't have reference to the an actual springlock failure. Yeah, the closest one would be facing a wall. What happens to the crying child? But like we don't see like an or what happens to William in that 8-bit game. But you know, not a lot of details there for obvious reasons. I don't think so. I think it's the pieces we put together along the way. Might be. Here, let's see if we can do a fast one. Yep, he's gonna go back to the gym. Starlight, don't do this to me. There we go. Check this again real quick. Yep. Just gonna keep running from me like cowards. CC's bite 83 was the bite of 87 until we got more content. Yes, that is true. The bullies have become the bullied. You're in a bit of a pickle. What a hit. There you go, you're blind. You're blind again. Come here. Would you look at that, gamers? Whew, sorry, I got so focused there. Here you go. We got the bully squad. And I got that on stream. I am so proud. Rower. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's going on, sport? Are you winning, son?
No prize for you.
No prize for you. Whew, that was a tough one. Okay. Yes. From memory, everyone thought yeah. Well, is that not still the case? That the crying child's bite was an 83? Because that's kind of, and it kind of has to be for like everything to follow after, right? I probably should have taken a look at their stuff because that was funny. Until we got more context. Yeah, like the crying child's being bit has to happen first.
This will be entertaining.
Because that's what drives William to like insanity and trying to like do all this remnant experimentation in the first place. Like if he's got no motive to do that and has no context for what remnant is, like nothing works. Which is why, excuse me, Charlie's death has to happen after that. And then the MCI and so on and so on and so on has to happen all, you know, before that. With like the main original like timeline, Dave's death has to be first. According to FNAF 3, a spring lock failure happens when it is in suit mode first and then switches to animatronic mode while the person is still inside. Correct, yes. And yeah, I definitely misspoke when I said earlier to you that what happens to the employee in FNAF 2 for the Bite of 87 was a spring lock failure. Like, no, that is just one of the animatronics attacking him. Now, whether that can't also, now that I think about it, let's pause there for a second. Why did they attack him? Because like these were supposed to be, you know, in 1987 in this world, the FNAF 2 animatronics were supposed to be like cutting edge, state of the art, like access to public criminal databases and whatnot. Like, did Henry like program them to like, if they found William, like attack or something? Either that or like, are they like somehow like being affected by the souls of the kids from the MCI? I mean, with Emnett's Remnant Farm, I'm not convinced CC needs to be first. Well, no, I'm just mean like the original like events, right? Like obviously we know like with Secret of the Mimic out now, like all this other stuff happened before, and with the White Tiger and with David and whatnot, like similar stuff also happened before. I'm just saying like, you know, as far as like Freddy's and like William and Henry are concerned, as far as like chaos relevant to them, I guess is a better way to put it. Again, but yeah, with Secret of the Mimic, we know now like other stuff happened first, and like the very, very, I mean, technically the very, very, very first thing or death we know about would be Edwin Sr. now, and then Fiona. Fredbear was already in animatronic mode when the crying child was bit. Yes, meaning it is literally impossible for the Bite of 83 to be considered a spring lock failure. Yes, you're correct. Again, I definitely misspoke earlier. My bad. Or no, in regard, not misspoke with that, but in with 87. But yeah, the Bite of 83 was literally Michael and his friends like putting the crying child in Fredbear's mouth. Because he got bit after the supposed DCI, because someone used the yellow suit before that, yes. And it was Jeremy that got bit. Yes, the employee. Yep.
You'll be spared.
Alright, it sounds like we're all on the same page now. So I guess that's good. But, like, seriously, like, that might lead me to a hot take. Like, why did the FNAF 2 animatronics attack in the first place? Oh, okay. Interesting. That's primed. Yep, blind me, come on. Blind me, I want my perk active. Oh, okay, you're just gonna boogie 20 million miles away. Cool. God, I hate these door locations. Everyone on the same page with FNAF, that's rare. Yeah, no kidding. I enjoy it when we come across it. Let's see here, this isn't a great start at all. Head over here. Oh, yeah, there we go.
There is
we go.
no escape.
At least we got our hook at least decently. Close to it. Axe back and watch this. She's gonna come back to this. Watch. Listen. Listen. Alright, they got the unhook there. She's gonna come back here. Yep. Yep. Now. Should have held that.
Exquisite.
Oh, and our red stain thing is right there. Sweet. Orientations are so weird. Okay, you guys are aggressive. Let's see, are they over here doing something? Here, wait. Now. I have no idea why I threw right there. Oh, that machine saved you. Excellent. Alright, they're rushing those gens. I think they attacked because after someone used the yellow suit, the DCI, none of them were acting right, which explains why they lashed out. They were haunted by that point. So they were well, but isn't that hard because weren't they acting weird before the DCI? Because the DCI doesn't happen until like later that week, right? Or I thought it did. And they're already acting weird before anything happens. No, thank you for waiting for me. Okay, it's not gonna... I tried to hit that twice and it still wouldn't... Let me grab that. Okay, cool. Go.
Farewell.
So, hang on, I'll read that in just a second. Go. That is her out. You barely dodged that, my guy. Go.
Don't move.
Oh, there we go. Can I move? Oh, yeah, they went that way. That's fine. Here we go, and we will show here. 13 weirder, not a gameplay mechanic, but during the day they're fine. And also part of the reason I think we're not Jeremy in FNAF 2 and we're observing his story from the future, since the animatronics are hostile from night 1 for no reason. And again, that's the odd part of, like, why, 1, it has to take place during that week, and 2, what is it? But also another reason could be the toys had parts from the Wizards using them so much. Haunting transference. Well, and that's what I would wonder, like, why would we need both? Like, it has to be one or the other, right? Excuse me. Like, they're either programmed to do that, or they're haunted. Like, can we agree on that? Like, it can't be both, because, like, God, that would be so narratively, like, redundant. Oh, sick. Oh, she went back for him. Impressive. You got stones, I'll give you that. Oh, would you look at that? Sick. You really wanted that. Let's see. God, what were their perks? Let's see. Hyper focus. Base value, okay. Weird. Break, flip flop. The dying stage. Yeah. But also another reason could be the toys had parts from the Wizards from the haunting transfer. Well, yeah, and like again, that's just what I would want to reiterate is that it has to be one or the other. Either from the beginning, Henry programmed the FNAF 2 animatronics to be hostile towards William, which is also interesting. Like, did he know for sure that fast? Because that's also something that's never clarified. Like, how long did it take Henry to figure out that William killed Charlie? You know, that's something we don't know. I think it's Remnant haunting transference, and then the DCI happens, trigger making it worse. Triggers the... So, yeah, it is the MCI, the original kids that died. Going to, like, in the Wizards that were haunted, like, and I guess that's a question, like, are we sure that FNAF 1 takes place before FNAF 2 then, in the timeline? That's what I wonder. But they're not just hostile to William, they're hostile to everyone. I don't remember them being hostile to everyone. I thought they were just hostile with the FNAF 2 pro tag because he looked like William. Michael looks like William. But no, that's odd too because, yeah, that can't completely be right. And yeah, the facial recognition must not have worked because they attacked this other random employee who presumably looked nothing like William or Michael. So, yeah, what's the deal with that, too? Here, we'll try to get value from this one more time. If not, we'll go to the good build. And yeah, anyone else, feel free to, like, chime in during all this. The overall consensus is that FNAF 2 happens before FNAF 1. No, FNAF 2 is supposed to be a prequel because Phone Guy is alive and he dies in FNAF 1. If that's the case, if FNAF 2 canonically happens before FNAF 1... Hang on. I was going to ask, like, then how did so the MCI doesn't happen in the FNAF 1 location, then. We're supposed to be Jeremy in 2 nights. FNAF 1, we're supposed to be Michael. What is it? Well, yeah, for most of the nights, but then 1 night, or 2 nights, I forget which, in FNAF 2, you switch to 2 other random employees, and one of them is supposed to be a pseudonym for Michael, which you see again in the security logbook, if I remember right. In FNAF 1, we're supposed to be Michael as well. Yeah, and that's how he's able to, like, remember and see all these things. So if the Wizards have to die... Yeah, so, yeah, I guess that's just, like, what my brain had to connect there, is that the Wizards, the original animatronics from the MCI, that still all does happen before, but FNAF 1 happens after because they just get transferred to that location. And wherever the MCI happened, it was not in the FNAF 2 or the FNAF 1 location.
I love the smell of fear.
I love the smell. The MCI happens at the first Freddy's, which used the same building. And was it just years before? Because, God, that'd be so odd. I mean, maybe that building could have just been haunted for years, I suppose. Oh, what's good, Dwight? How in the tater sauce did that happen? Yeah, we're both kind of buggering Dwight. Go, switch. Yeah, you didn't expect me to break, did you? Next, yeah, Fritz Smith. Yeah, Fritz is supposed to be an alias for Michael. I don't know, everyone's getting a little love. Supposed to be starting with Jeremy, we're supposed to be Michael. The MCI happens in the first Freddy's, which is the same building as FNAF. That is just so odd. It would have to have been before 1987, yeah, so... FNAF 1 does take place after that, it's just what happened at that building happened years and years before. Which is presumably 83? Or no, it can't be 83. Maybe 85? I guess that's a question as well. Oh god, can I move? Yeah, scare her there, yeah. When does the MCI happen? That's a question. Strawberry wine. Origin. Had to be before 87, yeah. Like, is it ever clarified when it happens? Nice. Wow, would you look at that? We got him our first kill before the first gen popped. Oh no, not yet. He's on death hook now. Where did she go? Someone's up here. Why are these two doors just next to each other like this? Let's see. Yep. They were hovering somewhere for that.
Ha!
Hi, Dwight. How in the name of potatoes did I miss that?
There.
There we go. Now we got our first kill. It's never stated in the games, but in the Silver Eyes and Frights. There we go. Well, and I guess, you know, I table that to you guys. When do you think? It's never saying that it's Silver Eyes and Frights MCI happens in 85. Do you think that's canon to the games, I guess? I mean, you know, it sounds pedantic for me to ask that, but, like, after Secret of the Mimic, I always have to wonder, like, how seriously do we take the books? You know, and, like, that's me not just being a Debbie Downer, but, like, seriously, like, how seriously do we take the books? know the other one's over there on that building. Yep, there we go. Stuck being good, that's primed. I think so, because we're supposed to apply information from the books to the games, even if it's not one for one. But having multiple confirmation references to the same thing tells me it's important. And I would agree. Like, if there's anything we can pull from the books, because that is an older thing as well, it would be that the MCI happens in 1985. Let's see, where's Bill? Well, it has to happen at the first Freddy's, which gives it a time slot between 83 and 87, so a lot of people just assume 85 in the games as well. Yeah, and I mean, as you point out, it kind of has to be between 83 and 87, because if it can't be before 83, because again, you know, the crying child didn't even die yet, and like the catalyst for everything starting doesn't happen yet. And what is it, like the last Freddy's before FNAF 6 closes in 87? Or no, Freddy's is still up in the 90s, because that's when FNAF 1 takes place. Go. Now, where's the other one? Where is he? Looking for... Oh, hi, Bill. There you are. There we go. Where'd Sable go? Oh, yeah, right here. Oh, I guess I can't do that. Okay. Works for me. Elizabeth's death also has to happen in the same general time gap. Does it? Like, why does it have to happen between there? Like, I might just be drawing a blank at the moment. I can kind of get out of gamer mode. Like, why does she have to die between those time periods? Yeah, the Dwight was definitely the weak link. Yeah. I'm not doubting it. I guess I'm just, like, wanting to reinforce in my mind, like, why is it exactly she has to die between 83 and 87? Like, I'm definitely in agreement, like, the MCI has to happen in 85. Well, more than not has to, but more than likely, that's the closest we've ever given to a date. A date, not gate. I'd say Elizabeth's death happens slightly later because Circus Baby is a rebranding. Babies is a rebranding opportunity. The stage was set, no pun intended, for a new contender in animatronic entertainment. Yeah. I see what you mean. An unfortunate closing. Or wait, no, that's from Help Wanted. I'm a dingus. Or no, is it? Is that line from Sister Location or Help Wanted 1? I can't remember. It might be when you're crawling through the vents. I can't remember. And hand units talking to you. Stay for safe. Because, yeah, that would solidly say that sister location has to happen after a Freddy's closes. Which, the only thing that would get the Freddy's closed is... well, would probably be, at that point, it would have to be the MCI. Pizza World was open for only 1 day, so that also helps. Right. Because that's where Elizabeth dies. And also, it's also worth pointing out that, here, let's try the good build. It's also worth pointing out that, for it to make sense, Elizabeth has to die, like, in the middle of William's remnant experiments. Because that was the whole point of making the, Funtime animatronics, right? It was to, like, discreetly harvest remnant, but I guess they got sloppy or not good, or William got too worried, and then he had to do it himself, and I guess would then the MCI happen? That'd be a question, because then it might actually, because that would be after 83, you know, given the cause for him to want to do that, but before 85 when Freddy's closes. And so, like, in that time period between 83 and 85, he could be, yeah, he would be starting his remnant experiments, wouldn't he? That tracks. Okay. So Elizabeth has to die in that time period. But Elizabeth is haunting it. She's already dead. Might be an unpopular opinion, but I think Elizabeth died before the MCI.
It is real. It is happening.
I mean, I'm not inherently against it. I just wonder, like... yeah, because, like, it calls into question with me, like, what did William know at what point in time, right? Because, like, on the one hand, I could totally see William doing those remnant experiments. Oh, good God. God, good God. It just really calls into question, like, what did he know at certain points in time? Because he has to have a motive for, you know, wanting to do those remnant experiments. I don't know why I had to click the wall. In the books, he's a mad scientist type and wants to control life and death. Maybe that's a difference, or maybe that's something we're meant to apply. I mean, in the movies, he also doesn't have a motive, at least as far as we know. Well, I mean, that wouldn't be the case, because either way, again, the death of the crying child has to happen first. Like, that's his motive for wanting to kill Charlie, and then Charlie dies. And then once he starts to see, like, Charlie, like, haunting and affecting the building through the puppet, um...
Farewell. It will end soon.
Nice. It's also implied Crying Child dies after Elizabeth since her room is empty in the minigames. Timeline would essentially be Bite victim Charlotte Elizabeth MCI. Ooh, hang on, I'm gonna have to chew on that one. It's a nice story if there's no evidence for that. Implied that Crying Child died after Elizabeth since her room is empty. I mean, maybe that wouldn't like necessarily imply anything either way. Let's see. The timeline would essentially be Bite victim. Yeah. The Crying Child, Charlotte, Elizabeth, MCI. Yes, and that's what I always understood it to be. Crying Child has to die first, then Charlotte, then Elizabeth, then MCI. Well, I guess Elizabeth was always weird on, like, where to place that. But, like, I like the sound of that, if that's what you're going with. That it's, Bite victim, Charlotte, Elizabeth, MCI. That makes sense to me. What do you think, Paranormal? That would be so, like, both of those things can't jive, though. Grandchild dies after Elizabeth. Like, how? How would that make sense? I mean, there's no way William's doing remnant experiments, before the Crying Child's dead to have a motive to do remnant experiments or know what remnant is in the first place. Like, Yeah, it's a good narrative, but in terms of evidence, it's not really there for me. But this game isn't big on evidence, especially this early. Well, yeah, and it is a lot of like theory crafting, but again, like that's my biggest problem with saying Elizabeth dies first. Um, it could just be that we don't see her there. Um, because if Elizabeth died first, uh, and like her death didn't change, um, oh, hang on, I'm getting a lot of wind. Give me just a moment. There we go. Sorry, guys. Hopefully I zip-tied the Starlink down because the wind is just really blowing here. Where was I? Hang on, let me take a sip of water. Yeah, I don't think Elizabeth was first. It's just implied, or at least left open to the suggestion. And I could get with that, like, maybe there's a possibility, but it's like, it seems to break if, like, because why would William be trying to, like, again, assuming Elizabeth's death doesn't change, like, the way she dies from baby, right, and what we see in the minigame, that would imply William was doing remnant experiments before the crying child died and would even know what remnant is in the first place. Well, and maybe we can't say that anymore now with Secret of the Mimic. Ugh. Damn it. Okay, maybe that's how... Yeah, when they took the factory and, like, saw the white tiger, like, oh, hey, what's up with all this soul stuff? God, I hate that, but that is a possibility now. Also, I'd be willing to argue we do see Elizabeth in the FNAF 4 minigame. She's the girl in front of the house playing with the toys. Quite possibly. But God, we've got quite a pickle here now. And I didn't think of this before. Alright, yeah, I'm wasting too much time. Oh, can I maybe? Thank you. Yeah, it's like the first 4 games can't be trusted anymore. They're indie games, and if new information contradicts the old, we're supposed to take the new. And that is kind of the problem, right? God. Alright, since I can't find anybody. Um, so I guess, yeah, that's the question. What are the odds that, Elizabeth does die first now? Well, no, she can't die first, but William could know.
Do you feel that?
Yeah, Scott said yeah, if there's any information that is contradictory, trust the new stuff, yes. I disagree. I don't think any of the information given to us in the older games has been contradicted or altered. I mean, some stuff kind of has to be. Also, it'd be better to explain the toy girl being Elizabeth. Very well could. Hang on, give me just a moment.
Wait there.
Trying to body block a spring trap. There we go.
I can taste the fear.
Also, every other time we see when the gang in FNAF 4, they are always a complete set of 4, as seen with the plushies. Masks and when they appear on the TV, which implies the toys should also be seen as a set. Yeah, we're really gonna have to chew on that one. Let's see here. Let me read back and catch up on all that. Let's see. I never liked the crying child being first because of the whole "you're broken, I'll put you back together" thing. And it's a weird thing to say if you have no knowledge of possession. Good God, yeah, you're right. Well, and again, now, I just keep thinking, like, now that we have Secret of the Mimic, and we know for a fact now, like, in canon, William and Henry took over, and, you know, subsequently Fazbear, took over MCM, right? And, you know, they got all of the property and everything, from, here we go, get this real quick, from MCM, yeah. There's a tome I could do. This one, I guess. There we go. Let's see. What is Springtrap's description here? I'll pull it up for you. There you go.
Play with fire, and you'll get burned.
There you go. You can kind of pause if you needed to read any part of that. There. Now, let me read that back. Yeah, that is the problem now with Secret of the Mimic out. Not the bio. What do you mean his description? Like this? With Secret of the Mimic out, we know William got MCM and like would have seen like the White Tiger and the haunting and everything there, right? And whatever the hell is going on with Fiona, presumably as well. You know, maybe those old assumptions of like, oh, you know, these things have to happen later because William would have no knowledge of remnant or souls or possession or any of that stuff. We can't assume that anymore because now with Secret of the Mimic, he totally could have, and definitely would have actually, right? Like if Fazbear legally owns the MCM facility, and like they were going through everything, and clearly used some of his ideas later, they would have been through that building top to bottom, and William would have noticed this stuff. But God, what's so odd is by that metric, wouldn't have Henry as well? Now that I'm actually thinking about this, wouldn't Henry have also seen that, yeah, he definitely found M1, M2, Sleeping Moon, White Tiger. What does this base cosmetic description say? A murderer forever trapped in the costume he wore to kill his victims. I remember going through these with you a while ago. Yeah, these are the same. So if you would have seen that, like, God, there is a possibility now where both William and Henry know about Soul's possession and all that. And hey, retroactively, this might also explain what I asked earlier about how, oh, how did Henry catch on so fast that, oh yeah, for sure William is the one who killed my daughter Charlie? That always sat odd to me. How did he know so fast? Well, if he knows how the soul possession stuff works, well, yeah, even that would still be a bit of a question. You could maybe argue that because of the MCM fire ending, the heat neutralized the remnant, meaning they wouldn't have possessed or haunted by the time William and Henry arrive. Maybe. Like, but it doesn't seem like fire is a surefire way of getting a soul to pass on. It seems like giving them their happiest day does. And hang on, I want to pause, on another game for a minute just to talk about all this. Yeah. Because, like, before with, like, FNAF 6, I argue, what's his face? Michael survived. Excuse me. And there is a possibility where even William survived. So, like, it doesn't seem to be, like, fire itself doesn't seem to be, like, a surefire way. Or, like, even William himself in, like, FNAF 3, right? Clearly that didn't work that time. Why did Henry think putting him through fire again would work the next time? Like, it seems like giving a soul its happiest day, whether it's true or not, is what gets the soul to move on. So that wouldn't sit rough with me. And, like, that could still explain. But, God, like, I kind of hate it. But, like, that would explain, like, how William and Henry would know about this soul possession stuff years before they should have. At least in the original games. Because that's the big thing they make very clear, like, multiple times in Secret of the Mimic, is that Fazbear now owns the MCM facility. What's a skin you want for Springtrap? I know they're doing a Blighted skin here in October. God, what else would be cool? For Springtrap specifically, I think a Spring Bonnie one would be cool. Or even just Matthew Lillard here with the yellow rabbit head. They were wearing flameproof suits at the time of FNAF 3. I mean, maybe, like, what do you mean? Like Springtrap? Because, like, that was the part I was, wondering about. Like, he didn't move on. The puppet didn't move on, because presumably the puppet was in the Fazbear Frights as well. And it got burned, and it didn't move on. Not until FNAF 6, at least. When Henry spoke to Charlie. That's so odd. Like, it as much as it annoys me, it is entirely a possibility now that, well, and, like, it would have to. Like, we know for a fact, again, Secret of the Mimic, multiple times it said, Fazbear owns this place. Like, oh, I would never do anything with your house. And sure, yeah, the focus of William and Henry was to get the M2, right? It wasn't until they found out about M2 they tried to take over MCM, right? To be clear, that last comment was more of a joke. I would hope so. But, like, even with the fire, right, assuming the parachute ending is canon, which I do at the moment, I think parachute is the canon ending. And in that ending, obviously, everything burns. The manor, the house, everything burns. And yet somehow, like, everything was supposed to, like, things could have moved on, but, like, I guess my counter to that point, Glitch, would be, did David get his happiest day? Because that's the one way we know for sure works in moving a soul on, right? Because only, like, half of the souls, like, it seems like the original MCI, DCI, it seems like they did get to move on in FNAF 6. And Elizabeth got to move on as well. Presumably Henry did too. Charlie did. But if a soul doesn't want to move on, you can't force it to. Like, I thought that was, like, a whole plot point with the books and, like, the Stitch Wraith and, like, the connections to Golden Freddy and, like, how there's two souls in one, possibly, and, like, this is why they're both kind of trapped, because one doesn't want to leave, or, like, the one does leave, and, like, you see, this is how convoluted it gets when, we're adding Secret of the Mimic in now. Because in retrospect, looking back at everything, it just makes me ask more questions. Want to have an Into the Pit trap skin? That would be cool. An Into the Pit monster, like remnant creature Spring Bonnie suit. That would be sick. I don't know, like, what do you guys think? Like, I know this is an insane point to go on, but now that it's pointed out, I think we might be getting close to, like, a hot take. Like, under that, you could argue we never see Elizabeth's happiest day and therefore never moved on. It's possible she couldn't have. Fire seems to... And again, this is me reading into it, but, like, given that, like, we can agree that, like, it seems like Charlie's soul moved on. It seems like the MCI and DCI moved on at the end of FNAF 6. But I make the argument that William possibly, I'm pretty sure, didn't choose to move on. Michael wasn't even there, so it doesn't matter. And Henry moved on and whatnot. But... what is it? Like, there can be sold, like... and William itself proves it. Like, he was burned in FNAF 3. It's not like the fire forced him to move on. He didn't want to move on. But it's almost like putting a soul through fire just presents them with the option. Is what it seems like to me. Like, oh, do you want to move on? Like, you're burning. Like, I guess. Like, that seems to be what it is. because it seems like most of um, the souls in FNAF 6 did move on, but not all of them. William, there's an argument that he didn't. Um, like, who else wouldn't have? I mean, I guess they all did, but, like, that's the thing I just keep wondering now. Like, what was so different with the FNAF 6 fire versus the FNAF 3 fire? Because the one thing we know for sure works is the happiest day. Like, that was what got the crying child to move on. You know, with that whole minigame. Moreover, like, why don't we see Golden Freddy in FNAF 6? Or had that problem already resolved itself by the end of FNAF 3? Maybe. Even though we don't see Golden Freddy in FNAF 3. Ugh. You see, this is why it's annoying to, like... I mean, but hey, this is what Scott wanted to do, right? His intention was to get us to, like, bridge the old and the new lore. I will admit FNAF 6 kind of feels like FNAF 3, but this time it works. Well, I mean, yeah, like what is so different? Like, maybe with Charlie, and again, I would believe it with Charlie that she moved on, because, like, her actual father, Henry, is there saying, like, you know, hey, you know, you need to move on, you know, I'm sorry, da-da-da-da-da-da, like, having a one-to-one, and then maybe it's like, she's like, okay, yeah, I can move on. I buy that. But with everyone else, it's like, and especially William, it's like, he was already burned once, like, what would burning him again do anything? And with all the other souls, like, unless they wanted to move on, and William clearly didn't want to move on, the Vengeful Spirit clearly didn't want to move on, especially given the context of the Old Man Consequences minigames. Because Golden Freddy's Happiest Day is maybe an Ultimate Custom Night. I don't know, the implication that I got with Ultimate Custom Night is, if we run with the assumption that the Crying Child and the Vengeful Spirit were both in Golden Freddy, and by the end of FNAF 3, we get the Happiest Day minigame where the Crying Child moves on, that takes out one soul, but the Vengeful Spirit is still there. And the Vengeful Spirit has to still be there because that is who is, like, attached itself to William's soul and prevented both of them from moving on in FNAF 6. I want to know, like, why did that work? Because clearly all the other souls, like, which is why I argue it seems like they're presented an option, right? And, like, this would kind of, like, poetically coincide with, like, those Old Man Consequences minigames we got, like, leave the demon to his demons, you know, rest your own soul, there's nothing else. And we see clearly they rejected that because we have Ultimate Custom Night, right? Like, how could anything in Ultimate Custom Night happen? Because that's presumably, like, William's purgatory torture nightmare, right? Of the Vengeful Spirit putting him through all that hell over and over and over again for eternity. Or, well, at least until his soul gets yoinked by either the entity or Miss Afton, but whatever. What do all the pieces of Springtrap's Prestige skin say? I don't think we did that one. I believe it's all the same. Don the headpiece. Yeah, they're all the same as the base. I see it as two conflicting things. Old Man Consequences is the spirit moving on, and the Golden Freddy cutscene is them refusing to move on. Which one's canon? That's a question. I guess, did anybody ever wonder that? God, I don't... Actually, yeah, I don't remember that. Did anybody, like, after FNAF 6 ever really, like, hardcore argue like we used to on, like, which ending is canon? Like, what actually happened? Or, well, they're all canon, but what actually happened, right? As established with, the interactive novels, which I really like. That, like, the whole point about how, like, the phone guy could go into a room, into a filing cabinet, pull out a pencil. Like, none of those events happen, but all those things exist in those places in that world, right? That's what I mean by, like, all the endings are canon, but only one actually happened. So, bringing that up, like, with Ultimate Custom Night, what do you think actually happened? Like, is the Old Man Consequences ending the right one, or is the Golden Freddy cutscene when you do, like, what is it, Crazy Insane 20 everything mode, and it's just twitching in the dark? Like, which ending's the canon ending? Because that would have a lot of implications, because obviously in one, neither of them move on, which has been the assumption, granted, with me, and it seems like a lot of others, is that, oh, that's the canon one. That the vengeful spirit refused to move on, attached itself to William's soul, and is, like, torturing him forever. We read the description of his base skin. Just let me know which one you want me to look at, then. Because I feel like we're getting close to something here. Um, yeah, like, well, to be fair, Ultimate Custom Night is in a kind of purgatory, so I guess people didn't really see a reason to argue over which one is the true ending. Right, I mean, it seems like nothing really changes either way. Because in the Old Man Consequences ending, like, clearly the Vengeful Spirit is rejecting the offer from Old Man Consequences to just, like, move on, leave the demon, da-da-da-da-da-da, and, like, drowns in the pool, right? Or the lake. And in the other ending of just Golden Freddy twitching in the darkness, that clearly isn't also moving on either. So either way, like, that proves, like, itself, like, well, and, like, I guess that's an assumption. Like, assuming Golden Freddy was there somehow, they didn't move on. William, because of that, clearly didn't move on. Like, I don't know. I just wanted to make the partial argument that, like, fire clear, and, like, and again with FNAF 3, before the Vengeful Spirit attached its soul to Williams, clearly fire didn't work with him. I will always keep asking, like, why? Like, if fire, like, forces a soul to move on, then why didn't it work with William? Like, I thought, like, getting a soul to, like, accept a happiest day was the thing, because that's what finally worked with the crying child. Granted, we don't know if Golden Freddy ever would have been burned, but we don't even know if it's physical anymore, truly. Same with the White Tiger, right? Like, is there a White Tiger animatronic, propped up somewhere against the wall in the MCM facility? Maybe, but we never got to see it, right? Or at least not that I've seen. I think we're getting really close to a hot take here, though. I would have preferred it if Springtrap Prestigekin looked like he got spring locked. I mean, he effectively already kind of does, doesn't he? You can kind of see his bits everywhere. And this is presumably what he would have looked like when he did. Toxic Springtrap is very cool. Here, yeah, we'll go with this. But, like, that's just my take, is that I wanted to make that point that, like, fire doesn't seem to be a surefire way to get a soul to move on. William's a prime example, and I'm trying to think, like, are there any... Golden Freddy, maybe, but it's not really physical. Well, the Golden Freddy scene returns us to the main screen, so William's suffering continues. While the Old Man Consequences cutscene ends with the game crashing, implying the nightmare ends and the spirit moved on. Golden Freddy scene returns us to the main screen. Continues. Ends with the game crashing, implying the nightmare ends and the spirit moved on. I'm leaving, don't know if I'll be back. Well, thank you for stopping in, cameraman. I don't know if that's enough to say one way or the other, though, on which ending's canon. Golden Freddy returns us to the main screen. Game crashing and implying the nightmare ends and the spirit moving on. Yeah, like... It doesn't really feel solid enough to me that we could say, like, one crashes your game, one gives you, like, like, send you back to the menu, like, I don't know, like, possibly, but, like, I don't know. Maybe it's Scott's way, he would try to be like, oh, I thought that'd be obvious, but, like, it doesn't feel solid to me, you know? And, hey, you might be entirely right, I'm just saying, like, you know, that doesn't feel solid to me. But, like, to wind it back, like, I brought all this up to say, like, looking at Secret of the Mimic that we have now, the problem is like, Elizabeth and where her death happens at the timeline. Or, like, just the early timeline itself now.
Prepare to suffer.
Yeah, they're all in that one. I don't know. I think he's a little AFK. Apparently, the Old Man Consequence sequence is labeled as your own, which could Are you good now? Okay, there we go. There we go. Sorry, I gotta kind of get in gamer mode now. There we go. Just gotta break this. Good, and they were busy healing. Corner map here and agenda section. Here. Hit this one, yep. Pickle sauce. Excellent. Ooh, sorry, I kind of have to focus so hard in that.
Go on. Scream.
Go on, scream. There we go. Make your choice coming in clutch. Go, hop in here. Head right here. Yep, she's gonna go for the unhook there. Amazed you greeted that. Ooh, I should have aimed down more. Suck potatoes. Didn't expect me to go that way. Here we go.
Yes.
I really am the purple man right now.
You will see.
Let me in my door. Let's see, yeah, we're gonna go for this guy. Go. Give me just a moment and I will read that.
You belong here.
This guy. Wait for it. Wait for it. Now. Can I move? Yeah, no, okay. gears. Yeah, this is the only one they've got progress on now. Wait for it. How the... Okay. I don't know how you... Okay, whatever. Cool. They're right over here, of course. Alright, for the love of God. Oh, for the love of God. Apparently it's a hot take to say the sister location springlock failure mentioned in FNAF 3 is referencing the springlock failure that happened at Circus Baby's Pizza World. So location springlock failure mentioned in FNAF 3. Was there a springlock failure at Circus Baby's? I don't... Like, jog my memory. I don't remember that offhand. But anyway, everything before was like in an effort of me trying to like rationalize what you guys brought up earlier with like when does Elizabeth die in the timeline, because like she was bringing up the idea that like if that little cutscene we see in FNAF 2 with like the sister's room being empty like means that she's already dead. And I countered with like, oh, how would William know about any of this and be experimenting on it? I don't know. Could he have been now? Because now, again, with Secret of the Mimic, he might. Oh yeah, let's see how we're gonna leave that lobby. Let's see. Night 4 of Sister Location, we are in a springlock suit that is said to come from Circus Baby's Pizzeria. It's also implied this suit did malfunction. I remember her saying, like, this is in my old pizzeria, but it was never used, at least how it was intended to be used. I don't ever remember, like... I never got an implication that it, like, malfunctioned. I got more of an implication it was misused in some way. which I guess is a curious thought in and of itself. Like, what did she mean by that? Um, um, but yeah, that's just what I wonder now. Could have Elizabeth have died earlier than we thought? And no, that cutscene where she's like clearly, um, well, like it's really just at the end of that like platformer. It's not like in a restaurant or anything, and probably to intentionally keep it vague, but we just see Elizabeth approach her. She tells and then gets grabbed. She tells Michael to make sure the spring locks don't become too loose, or else something bad will happen. Yeah, well, and that's just with any spring lock suit. I didn't take that to mean that it was that one in particular. Um. Perfect. One leads to another. Hey, good job, you got the gem. Let's see. The only way Baby would know this is the failure herself. I mean, that is a good point. How would she know what spring locks do? I mean, maybe she got it from that knowledge from her dad, maybe. Much appreciated. Rushing those gens. Okay, I don't know how you got the stun there. Oh, right there. There you are. Also, we already talked about how the MCI occurred after the suits were retired. Which was only a failure at the sister location, which we also talked about how Elizabeth probably died before the MCI. Yes. Yeah, because that still tracks because the crying child is dead. Charlie dies after that. William is doing the remnant experiments after he sees Charlie hunting Fredbears. He's doing remnant experiments. He gets the fun times to kidnap kids and test with remnant and whatnot. And it's at that point, when he's just about to open circus babies, exactly for that point, is when Elizabeth dies on the first day, right? And then the MCI only happens when William does it himself, when what is it? He was getting worried, at least I think it's presumed in the books or whatever, but what I've always heard is that it was getting assumed that William was getting worried, um, that it was getting too close to him getting caught, um, and that the suits weren't being discreet enough with their kidnappings. Um, so yeah, Elizabeth would die if the MCI happens in 85, assumedly. Crying Child dies in 83 with Charlie. Then she, excuse me, would have to die at some point between 1983 and 1985. Essentially, I'm saying that the restaurant mentioned in the game titled Sister Location is the same as the sister location mentioned in FNAF 3. Not necessarily, and that'd be a little too on the nose. Um, Especially because, like, the sister location was only open for, like, a day, like Circus Babies was. Now, the rental service was open for a long time. And we saw that with some of, like, the Scott game teasers, and, you know, tied to, like, the Chica's Party World, mentions. But I don't think that it's a given that the sister location referred to in FNAF 3 was, the actual, you know, like, Circus Baby bunker. My old pizzeria, and she also said it was only open for a day, and that's the day Elizabeth died as well, and that's why it closed. Really, what's wrong with you? I mean, I think so. Or at least I don't think it's a given. I would need to see more to convince me that she was specifically talking about the bunker, because again, her restaurant, her thing was only open for a day. Like, the only way the fun times were used after that was in the rental service. So for her to have a restaurant in the location, she has to be referring to Circus Baby's Pizza World, right? Which, again, being only open a day, that kind of narrows down, like, the time for both Elizabeth to die and apparently a spring lock failure to happen. I don't know, like, maybe, but I don't know. It just doesn't. The rental was opened after the closure of Freddy's. Yes. But I thought you were saying that she could have been referring, like, that suit in the springlock failure was at her location, at a Circus Babies Pizza World. And that's just the part where you kind of lost me a little bit. uh, Pizza World and rental are not the same thing. Yes, that is correct.
Back.
I'm back. Yeah, the restaurant was its own thing, and the rental came after the closure of Freddy's. Whereas Sister Location presumably would have been running concurrently with Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. If, Elizabeth didn't die on that, same day. But yeah, like, I'm trying to build, like, a hot take out of that as well. Like, this idea that, because, like, that would certainly be a hot take. I don't super like it, but, like, I can't get it out of my head ever since she mentioned it. Like, that minigame in FNAF 2, where, like, Michael is bullying the crying child, she isn't there, and, like, we don't see her. And, like, sure, it could be presumed that the girl in pigtails is there, but is there any way it works for Elizabeth to die first? And I think the answer is no. Because they get, like... I was gonna say, we see her, like, we see the crying child is alive when she's not in her room or anywhere, like, we don't see her. Like, that's the part that, like, I'm really hung up on. To be clear, you're saying the spring lock failure mentioned in the game called Sister Location, and the spring lock failure that happened at the Sister Location mentioned in FNAF 3 are not the same. Yeah, the one baby mentions in Sister Location, at my old pizzeria, the spring lock failure that happened at the Sister Location mentioned in FNAF 3 are not the same. I would need to remember exactly the one in FNAF 3 is talking about specifically. Because, oh yeah, because the multiple simultaneous spring lock failures. It wasn't just one suit, there were multiple, apparently, that failed all at the same time. Which is also a curious thing that's never really been gone too deeply into, I've noticed. What do you think about that, with the whole multiple simultaneous spring lock failures, is what I think that line was in FNAF 3.
You go. Goodbye.
Alright, whatever. He really doesn't want to get grabbed, I guess. For the love of God. These stupid obstacles.
Go on. Scream. Insolent whelp.
Alright, let's read. And according to sister location... oh, yeah, hang on. You wrote a lot. Let's see. Like Fair mentioned in the game titled Sister Location. Again, both of these events are implied to happen before the MCI. Hang on. To be clear, you're saying Springlock Fair mentioned the game titled Sister Location. FNAF 3 are not the same. Yeah, because the one in FNAF 3 says multiple simultaneous Springlock failures, if I remember it right. And again, both of these events are implied to happen prior to the MCI. I mean, not necessarily. The one from FNAF 3 has never really been talked about, and the one with Sister Location, we're pretty sure it's about like her actual restaurant, but that again was only open for the one day, and that was the day that Elizabeth died as well. Like, there's not, I guess, too much else to glean from that. And according to Sister Location, the Sister Location schedule, the Pizza World Springlock suit is labeled under out of order. What's Sister Location's schedule? Pizza World Springlock suit is labeled under out of order. What other reason would the suit be prohibited from wearing if not a Springlock failure? What do you mean by Sister Location schedule? Like, what do you mean by that? The MCI happens after the suits are retired, which is after the Springlock failure at the Sister Location. Hang on. The MCI happens after the suits are retired. I guess, like, which suits? Like the original, like, Fredbear and Spring Bonnie? Are retired, which is after the Springlock failure at the Sister Location. Right. I guess I'm, like, trying to understand, like, where are we disagreeing here? Um... Galaxy is labeled out of order. What are the if not for the spring lock failure. Yeah, I mean, there's a schedule that lists the times and dates that the fun times are being rented out. Yes. Oh yeah, I remembered that. How do we know? Like, I would need to see that schedule again. Hang on. Blah 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 blah. Let's see. Let's see. I want to see exactly what it says. Yeah, this schedule. Code and found in the teasers. Book. Out of service. Out of service. I don't see anything like. I'm trying to say that Circus Baby's Pizza World is the sister location mentioned in FNAF 3. I mean, that'd be weird though, because again, we only see the one. Well, and then maybe they're off screen. I don't know, but Circus Baby only mentions the one. This is the one. The suit that was used in my old pizzeria. And again, the audio log in FNAF 3, I am like 90% certain says like multiple simultaneous spring lock failures. So it can't be just one. It would have to be a bunch of them at the same time. Which, again, granted, I don't have an answer for. I don't think a lot of people ever really tried to. But that is odd. Um, um, and yeah, I'm seeing nothing like specifically about a Springlock suit or an older one here. It's Circus Baby, Ballora, Funtime Foxy or Freddy, Funtime Foxy or Freddy, and then out of service. And those are the only ones that are listed. Um, Scott Games and FNAF World. Circus Baby teaser. Now we've been having a conversation between Circus Baby and Innard. You're crowding us. Be quiet. You can't tell us what to do anymore. Yes, I can. You'll do everything that I tell you to do. We outnumber you. That doesn't matter, dummy. We found a way to eject you. You'd be lost without me. Say goodbye to your friend. I can put myself back together. That's also a weird line from Elizabeth. The out of service is the fun time spring lock. Maybe? I mean, like, that's not a lot to go on. Um, yeah, just out of service. I mean, I'll give you that. It is odd to include that line in the graph here if it truly doesn't mean anything. Um, hmm. Let's say that, yeah, that's the case. And there was a spring lock failure at the sister location. Um, on the same and only on the same day that Elizabeth dies, which is also the only day that the Circus Baby's Pizza World, the restaurant, it was only open. Like all that happened in the same day. Sure, let's go with that. I'm still at a loss for like how then do we explain that line in FNAF 3 about multiple simultaneous spring lock failures? From my perspective, what other animatronic would OOS be? Well, and like to your point, it, like of why it's not really grabbing me because like it doesn't even like can we even say which it is? Like, is it a Fredbear suit? Is it a Spring Bonnie suit? I've seen some people now that I'm remembering. Some people were speculating on like Oh, is the suit Baby has us hide in Sister Location, was that an MCM suit? I've seen some people even speculate that. Um, oh, that's specific. Oh, now I remember because I remember people were theorizing like the Springlock suit that Circus Baby has us go in. Some people were wondering like, oh, is that like an original Chica Springlock suit from back when Chica's Party World was a separately owned, and it was just a client. Um, could be. But that's like OOS is just so we don't know, right? Like that's literally nothing to go on, and there's so many things it could be. I'm not doubting that they're like, again, like say sure there was also a Springlock failure at the restaurant on the same day it closed, the same day Elizabeth died. Um, and it was kind of a double whammy reason uh, on why William would want to close Circus Babies. Sure, fair enough. Um, it's just I'm really hung up on that line in FNAF 3 now, and like connecting that with Sister Location, like I think is too hard. And again, the more I think about it, I don't know where we could put that in the timeline. Where have we seen multiple simultaneous Springlock failures? I can't think of any. And that's what's kind of bugging me now. Um, there we go. We try the yellow rabbit.
Will stop me.
No one will stop me. Why would Scott put a Springlock suit with implied lethal history in a game titled Sister Location if it wasn't meant to be a reference to the Sister Location Springlock failure mentioned in... I mean, you're right. Like, I'm not laughing at you. It's like... It's more like a jab at Scott to me. Like... Hey, Scott, why is the, bar called Juniors, and like why did that confuse us for so many years that that's a bar and not like another like Freddy Fazbear's Juniors, like Weenie Hut Juniors or something? Like that's more a question for Scott. But why would Scott put a Springlock suit with implied lethal history in a game titled Sister Location? And to be clear, I'm really just having fun with this. I am too. Like, this is like I think like again the crux of the stream and whatnot is to like try and get close to an explanation, or well, try to get close to a hot take I can make for Not Real Names, Not At All hot takes. And I think I'm getting close to a hot take. It's just like I've got 50% of an idea. Why would Scott put a Springlock suit with implied lethal history in a game titled Sister Location if it wasn't meant to be a reference to the Sister? I mean, it could very well be a reference to there, but it could also just not be the same suit. Reference to the Sister Location Springlock failure mentioned in FNAF 3. Again, because the one in FNAF 3 specifically states multiple simultaneous at the same time Springlock failures. So where there were multiple suits that at the same time all had a Springlock failure. If that was one of the suits, like I would think that would be more clarified by Scott. Elizabeth herself is the hot take. Yeah, no kidding. Like God, like I wish more people would give me like feedback on my Circus Baby survive the FNAF 6 fire video, because I still believe that 100%. I think Elizabeth moved on after FNAF 6, but I think Circus Baby survived in that chip she told Michael to grab. For what it's worth, but I already gave that hot take. Or, well, I made that a video. I probably couldn't make that a hot take to just do one on a theory I've already done. That would be lazy. And I'm trying to actually gain subs. So we can have more conversations like this. Um, no, like I'm still sticking with the original. Like as lame as it is, like for literally everything to work in the timeline as we understand it, even with Secret of the Mimic now, Elizabeth can't die first. Like, excuse me. Like, why would William even start a remnant harvesting operation at that point in the first place? Like, he would, like, maybe know, like, a soul kind of lingers around, but, like, knowing you can mix that with metal and inject it in yourself for immortal soul juice, like,
I know you're out there.
that's a leap. Over there. Oh, God, can I move? Thank you. All the oxen free. Ready or not, here I come. Yeah, she's straight boogied. Of course, she can't die first since we see her in FNAF 4. Are we sure that's Elizabeth? Because I don't remember Elizabeth ever having pigtails. It always looks like she wore her hair down. Not that it's a super, important detail, but God, I guess I can't find him. Jeezel. But if Scott's going to be consistent with things like toes and eye color and hair color, I would think hairstyle would apply too. People are just experts at hiding, I guess. Alright, whatever. Like, we're gonna waste their time then. No, I was referring to the girl at the swings playing with her toys. Hang on, I'll have to see. Let's see. Look this up. What game was this in? Was this specific minigame in? Remind me. Because it was the one with the crying child. Was that FNAF 3? FNAF 4, okay. FNAF 4. Excuse me. Minigame. Night minigame. Let's see. Go through it all. Let's see. Girl at the swings. Let's see. Yeah, there's the girl in pigtails and the one girl with the... the one in the swings doesn't look like her either. She's got, like, short, like, tan brown hair. I thought Elizabeth was a blonde. The girl with the toys is the exact outfit as Elizabeth. Hang on, I need to see now to compare the outfits then. Hang on. Let's see. Actually, no, I'm wrong. I totally forgot. I guess most people kind of depict her as a kind of almost like blonde or like strawberry blonde almost. Okay. Definitely not the same as the girl in the by the swings though. What game was this in? Yeah, but yeah, the two buttons and the blue shorts or whatever. Let's see. I mean, yeah, it's close. Which characters make up the girl's set of toys? Let's look at the toys, and that has always bothered me. And we brought that up on the stream actually. Um, why in God's name do the toy animatronics exist in 1983? That's a massively annoying one that none of us had an answer for. I mean, hey, if you've got an answer for it, by all means, feel free to add to the theorist community. But I have no earthly idea um, why the toys exist in 1983. That's a good that you caught that though, because we did. We tried to speculate, and we have no earthly idea. Well, and like, it's not like we're not getting new versions of that too, right? Like, why in Secret of the Mimic down in R&D, why is it not only we have a prototype FNAF 1 location, but why is it that there is a map of the FNAF 3 location with the cameras? That's a really weird one. I'm asking what characters make up her set of toys. Looks like Toy Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica. Looks like Toy Foxy's missing. Let's see.
Hello.
Actually, you know what? Hold up. Actually, let's see. Can I do something? Hold up. Is there anywhere in FNAF 4 where we see a Toy Foxy? Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. There we go. Okay. There, can you see that? We're doing a theory stream now, I guess. Let's see. Because honestly, I really want to figure this out now. There we go. There we go. I've consulted the channel owner, and we're making this a theory stream now. Okay. Is there anywhere in FNAF 4 we see a Toy Foxy? No. I don't believe so. And that has always been odd. Which again, like, reinforces, like, God, why does that exist? Like, the girls' room. Hold up, you might be onto something. FNAF 4. There's a toy Mangle. Yeah. Looks like a toy Mangle. It was right there. Hang on, let me see if I can find, like, an official one or something. It's a theory. Bingo. What, Mangle? What about Mangle? Yeah, I'll assume this one isn't doctored, but what character is Mangle supposed to be? I mean, sure, maybe, like, I could see that as like a Foxy parallel. And this, I guess, similar to what Roxy and what is it, Funtime Foxy is. Um, I guess like what is the point you're making here? Like, and again, that's not me insulting you. I'm just trying to understand what are we going for here? Like, what's the larger point? Like, pretend this is your channel for a minute, and it's like, okay, we're making a theory, um, or we're on submitting a hot take, which is the actual goal here. Um, it took us like 2 hours of yapping to like all come to the agreement that I think we're in agreement that Elizabeth doesn't die first, and it's still the crying child here that has to die first. Putting David and the Secret of the Mimic stuff aside, like as far as like what got the original events kicked off and moving with William, um, the crying child dies first. The character missing from the girl's set of toys is Foxy, and there's a toy Foxy in this empty girl's room. But it's not a Foxy, it's a mango. um, I thought there was supposed to be a toy Foxy, and that toy mangle is something totally different. Hang on, toy. I swear, hang on. Maybe I'm insane. Redirects to mangle? What? Referred to as Funtime Fox. Yeah, that's not. Mangle is Fox. Hang on. It is a Foxy. Commonly referred to as Funtime Foxy while repair. Shut up. No way. Hang on. No. There's no way I didn't notice this until now. There's no way. There's no way. From sister location, Mangle has a completely different build. If anything, why wouldn't Mangle be Toy Foxy since she found along the toy versions of the others? God, how did I not notice this before? Okay. Sure. I'll buy because yeah, that is very close. If it's not, they're damn near 1 for 1. I'll give you that. I'm saying that the toy Foxy in the girl's room belongs to the girl at the swings. Hmm. And oh, I see. You're connecting like, oh, these three are a set. One is missing. This must be his sister because it's just missing, and it's not like his sister specifically like Mango. I mean, possible, I guess. I don't know why she would look so different than any other depiction of Elizabeth Afton, because that's definitely not strawberry blonde hair she has. I mean, I give you, yeah, the clothes are the same too. I mean, hey, maybe that is Elizabeth. I guess also, did she ever have a red bow? Hang on. Can I spell? No. Look on the wiki again. I genuinely. Well, I'll be damned. Alright, you're doing a good job of convincing me. I'll give you that. I completely forgot she had the red bow, too. Yeah, she's wearing the exact same outfit. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Toy Chica is also missing her beak, which is also a reference to FNAF 2, just like the broken Foxy toy. Alright, I'm with you. Okay. And we pointed this out in the, like, it is so odd. Because that's the first thing that got us to, like, talk about it in the stream, if I remember right, was Scott making that statement, like, oh, hey, like, because I think we were complaining that, like, Scott never clarifies anything. And when he does, it's, like, the most seemingly inane stuff that doesn't matter. Like, when he went, oh, hey, everybody, just wanted to make it clear. or no, when the Matt Pat was doing the charity stream, and he was like, "Oh yeah, why is Toy Chica missing her beak?" Like, that's such a small detail, but it's like because he wanted to draw our attention to the fact that these are toy animatronics in 1983. Like, why? And like you're just adding things to reinforce that oh, if this actually is Elizabeth, which you're doing a very good job of convincing me that hey, I don't know, Mustard Man exists too, We'll cut Scott a bone here. But if this is Elizabeth, and these are the toys, and we're drawing a parallel from the room with the missing Mangle equivalent to the rest of the band here, which sure, that just even gets me more curious on like why? Why do these exist in 1983? Also, the girls' room and the swing set are both more hidden and not necessary to continue the game. Yeah, that's true. I would love to hear if you have an answer to that. Because you've really done a good job of convincing me that this is Elizabeth when I didn't think so before. I'm saying he was setting up Elizabeth. In FNAF 4 here. Because yeah, we really don't, like, deep dive into Elizabeth until, like, Sister Location, which is the next game. Which, sure, I'm with you there. And yeah, maybe this was just, like a very early concept of Elizabeth. Okay, that makes more sense. And he solidified her look later. Fair enough. Again, though, I'm just going to keep returning to the question. Like, you've done a very good job of doing that, but, like, why? Like, and I guess I'm more to, like, asking Scott, but also you, if you have an answer, like, why are the toys in 1983? How is that possible? Why did Scott want to make it clear, like with the three here and the one missing and destroyed in the bedroom here, like, oh yeah, that's your sister. Like, why are we seeing this? But this would show she's clearly alive in 1983, right? So that would debunk that, right? That Elizabeth is still alive as of 1983, so she would have to die between 83 and 85. Also, that girl is the only one who doesn't bring up the party. Yeah, again, I I'm pretty much on the same page with you that on that now though. Before I thought she was just some random girl or whatever, like bringing up the toys here. Uh, but yeah, I'm pretty well convinced this was like the first depiction of Elizabeth. I think in the context of FNAF 4, they are just toys of the characters. Well, but that doesn't make sense again because like these characters don't exist until FNAF 2, and this is taking place in 1983. Like, again, do you not? Obviously, you see the big problem here. We have characters existing as toy, like literal toys, of the toy animatronics that don't exist until years later. How is this possible? Mangle as well. This has always been like a real question mark with FNAF 4. And again, we brought it up in the theory, and I don't remember us coming to any conclusions about it. But like, if you're leading me towards something, like, what's the conclusion here? Why do you think the toy animatronics are here in 1983? How is this possible? Like, sure, we know for sure now, like, assuming that is the actual physical Elizabeth and all of this isn't just hallucination, Elizabeth is alive and the toys are in 1983 or depictions of them. How is that possible? Because we weren't able to come up with anything. Like maybe this is just like the melding of like the shattered memories of the crying child like mixing with Michael's later, maybe. Um but even then that really wouldn't make sense because like Scott in this image was like if this is Elizabeth or the earliest depiction of her, like he was tying her and making her close to the toy animatronics from FNAF 2. Like, that is also so odd to me. She never would have seen, like, why would she be playing with those? You know, why not be playing with, like, Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, or, like, the original Core 4, right? Like, that is so odd to me. Um, again, honest to God, would love to hear if you've got, like, it sounds like you're really cooking, so if you've got an explanation as to, like, how this is possible, please let me know. Or any, like, I see a couple of you are actually watching now. By all means, anybody, feel free to chip in, because you've really piqued my interest now. Um, I guess I meant that in universe, the figurines look more like the original versions of those characters, similar to the plushies. Well, no, because they can't be the originals, because again, Scott himself pointed out that, oh, why would Chica be missing her beak? And, like, it's kind of hard to get a good image of it, but you can see, like, that little dot of yellow there. Like, she's missing her beak. Toy Chica is the only one ever known to do that. And again, the blue with the red guitar matches the toy Bonnie. Uh, Freddy's kind of Freddy, but, like, these two, like, these are highly implied, like, to be the toys from FNAF 2. Um, and that's just what I'm really hung up on. And again, Mangle, like, is the perfect example, right? Mangle is quite clearly a FNAF 2 character, right? Which, if that's the case, like, how does Mangle even exist in 1983 here when FNAF 2 didn't open until years later? Um, and, like, why would Scott connect Elizabeth, which you've convinced me this is now? Why would Scott connect her to toy animatronics that don't exist until after she's dead? Because FNAF 2 is still up and running by 1987. And we're pretty sure she has to die between 83 and 85. God, that's a pickle. like, like you've led me here. If you can just get me over the line here, I think we're close to a really good hot take. Um, because again, the best hot takes are supported with evidence, right? And you've done a very good job of convincing me so far. It's just, like, what's the final point? Like, take me over the finish line. Like, that's the last real hang up I've got here. Like, I agree, this is Elizabeth. Like, yeah, again, earliest, depiction, mustard bane, all that, little weird, but yeah, this seems to be Elizabeth. The last thing I'm really hung up on with this scene though is, like, why is Scott drawing our attention? Like, not just, like, in this scene, but, like, in that charity stream with Matt Pat, right? Like, one of the things Scott pointed out was, like, of all things, like, why is the Chica missing her beak? Because this has to be Toy Chica. Like, that's the only Chica we see with a detachable beak. So these, and, again, just Mangle. He was using the missing beak as a hint that the girl breaks her toys, which were supposed to connect to the broken Foxy, which would tell us this is the sister. Well, Mangle's always been, like, a toy you're supposed, like, or an animatronic you're supposed to take apart and pull apart, like. And the beak is, like, supposed to be detachable. Like, these things are supposed to do this. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say she's, like, intentionally breaking them. Like, even in the toy representations of them, like, be like, removable backpack action. Like, no, like, I don't. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say, like, she's, like, breaking them. Because Mangle, you're supposed to, take it apart and put it back together. And with the toy Chica, the beak is supposed to come off, so it kind of stands to reason a toy depicting her would also have that same ability, Um, well, and I guess like we should back up and like come to a consensus on that. Like, do you agree that these are the toy animatronics? I mean, yeah, I remember you convincing me that yes, this is Mangle, not any other version of Foxy. This has to be Mangle. Which, if it is, and you're again, you're the one making the connection between Mangle and the girl here, and the missing one in the quartet. Like, yeah, no, in FNAF 2, Mangle only became a take apart attraction after the employees got tired of fixing her. If that's the case and it's just the depiction of the original animatronic, why is there the secondary head here like Mangle has? Like, could it not be a toy representing that? Like, yeah, I'm not like obviously, yeah, that's the history of Mangle. Um, but could they not have like made that like a mainline official thing? And Mangle's just like the pull apart animatronic fun thing, and like here's a toy depicting it, like you know. um, I get like it feels like you're so close to leading me to something. Like you've brought me here. Like just take me over the finish line. Like what does this mean? What was Scott trying to say here? Because like I agree, he's clearly saying something, and he himself brought our attention to this before. Like yeah, like the connecting like with the Mangle here, the three here. Like yes, this is Elizabeth. Okay, I'm with you there. Why are we seeing this? Why are we seeing the toys in 1983? And like regardless if this is like depicting like the pull apart or original era or not, it's still Mangle. These are still the toys, and these are all still the toy animatronics in 1983. If you can just convince me, like, what does that mean? Like, why are we seeing that? And how is that possible? Assuming this isn't like some sort of memory soul combination hokey pokey. Um, And again, if any of you have anything to chime in with, please, by all means. This is a group discussion. Da-da-da. Might be lame of me to say this, but I think my conclusion ends at it's a hint. This is his sister. Well, yeah, obviously, like we already did that with the ones here in the quartet, the three are here. She looks exactly like how Elizabeth is depicted later. Like, yeah, we're already pretty confident this is Elizabeth. It's like, yeah, like, we're good there. It's like, but why are the toys the ones they do it with? You know, why not like have like she's playing with a Fredbear toy, and there is a broken Spring Bonnie in her bedroom or something. Like I don't know. It could have been any others, right? Or the original crew, for that matter, right? He's got the original plushies at the same time, and you still could have done this same thing of like connecting her to the bedroom and saying like, "Oh yeah, that's his sister." Why is it seemingly the toy animatronics specifically? That's what's really like mystifying me here. And again, we couldn't come up with an answer. If you can't, that's fine. Like I feel like this is really important. This would be a great hot take or a great theory even. But like that's the $1,000,000 question. Why? Why because again, like you've convinced me this is Mangle. Whether it's the original Mangle or the pull apart, it doesn't really matter. It's still a toy animatronic, right? Along with a quartet of the other toy animatronics. How do any of them exist in 1983? Like, unless we're going to try and somehow push back FNAF 2 in the timeline, which also doesn't make sense because they weren't made until Henry specifically like made them with all the link them with the criminal databases and cutting edge, top of the line, in result, in the aftermath of the MCI, right? Like that wasn't necessary until that happened. So it's like in '85, um, because we seem to be on the same page that the MCI happened in '85. It's a double meaning. It's both a reference to FNAF 2 and a hint to her being the sister. Her being the sister is the deeper meaning. How would he be referencing a future game in universe? Because this is, like, again, this is the actual sister. These are actual physical toys in this cutscene in this world. Same with the mangle in her bedroom. Um, and again, like, Scott himself was pointing that out, like, with the toys specifically. Like, he wasn't drawing our attention to, like, oh, hey, like, why is one missing from the quartet? And be like, oh, yeah, the room. Like, oh, he wanted to point to us, like, this is the sister. I would, like, he specifically said, like, why is Toy Chica missing her beak? Because he wanted to clarify these are the FNAF 2 animatronics. And that's just the part I'm lost on, is, like, why? Like, God, why is that a thing? Why and how do the FNAF 2 animatronics exist at all here? Like, unless this is like some sort of like Easter egg meta somehow, um, like just for us, like maybe. But Scott usually doesn't do his Easter eggs like that. Like he kind of makes them like fit into the world they're existing in. Like even in like Security Breach, right? Like all the like mini games we got through there, like they're actual like physical arcade machines, right? Um I don't know, like the toys are clearly important in this cutscene. Again, because they are what Scott drew our attention to specifically, or at least the Chica, and not the kid playing with them. Because like if he wanted to point us more in the direction of that, he would say something like, "Oh, who's missing?" Or you know, from the quartet. I don't think it needs to be anything more than him giving a hint to something that most of the fan base missed. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like obviously, yeah, we missed this, and it's like, and I'm sure people noticed it even then, but we still don't have an answer to like why are the toys here? Like yeah, like obviously like he and we know now that we had all missed that back then, but it's like that still doesn't explain like how this is possible. Assuming this is in universe, which it seems to be, how is this possible? How is she playing with toys in the real world? Cause like in any other way, like could you imagine me trying to say that about like any other FNAF minigame? Like, oh yeah, these parts of this mini game are canon. This isn't canon. That doesn't mean anything. You can throw that away. But then this last quarter, that does mean something again. Like, you know how that seems like kind of picky and choosy? Like you kind of have to take it as it's shown to us, right? Um, and like if they're like, I don't even like the mind soul goo whatever melding stuff because like we're not even shown that. Like I would think like if that's what Scott was like originally intending with this, like he would have made that more clear that there's something like you know metaphysical going on here. But no, everything in this whole mini game seems pretty grounded in reality, minus the Fredbear floating around. If you really want a deeper meaning, you could say the future animatronics were based on the toys. Well, wouldn't it be the other way around that the toys were based on the current anime? Because again, the toys came later. There was the original game, the toys, and we know it has to happen after because the Wizards are in FNAF 2 as well. Yeah. Um, I guess that's just like what I was hoping for. Like you got me so close to like a really good theory. Like you have convinced me at least. This is Elizabeth, but it's like that can't be all this was meaning. Because again, like why didn't Scott just say, "Oh, why is Mangle not in, with the other toys with the girl at the playground, right?" And be like, "Oh yeah, because it's the sisters, the ones in there, and she didn't have it." Like, oh okay, like he could have just done that, but again, like why draw our attention to the toys themselves and not the girl playing with them? You know, that's the thing I'm still hung up on. I think that's all there is to it. Well, no, because I mean, my counter to that is again just gonna be like, why didn't he just draw our attention to the Mangle then? Like, oh, like why is the Mangle toy in the sister's room with the like, like there's a lot of easier ways he could have done that. Um, Moreover, like it still doesn't make sense in universe. Like, why then he didn't just do this with like a Fredbear and a Spring Bonnie, right? Or the original gang? Why did it have to be the toys specifically? Like, if I'm Scott and I'm making FNAF 4 and I want to, keep the plot going and I want to, like, increase the intrigue while also, like, doing my best to try and, like, clarify things. Because this is really the game where things got very muddy with Scott. And so, maybe was kind of the thing that got lost in the weeds. And why he drew our attention to it later in the charity live stream. Like, yeah, like I would think it would be so much simpler to just use Fredbear and Spring Bonnie or the original crew. Why did he have to use the toys here? He would using the Mangle be any different? How would using the Mangle be any different than Chica with a missing beak? Well, because again, he's showing like, oh, one is missing from the quartet. Oh, because the one that was missing, the Mangle, was in the sister's room, and we're like, oh, where's the sister? And that would be Scott's way of connecting. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the same. This is the same person, and like that would be easier for Scott to connect. Like, oh, yeah, the girl at the playground only had 3 toys, but there's supposed to be 4 in the main band. Where's the fourth one? Do we see any others? Oh, yeah, it's in the sister's room. So, oh, that's his way of showing us this is the sister. But he didn't do that. He drew our attention to the toy Chica and why she's missing her beak to emphasize that again, these are the toy animatronics. Or toys representing them in 1983 before they're even supposed to exist. And that's the part that's mystified all of us and no one has an answer for. Um like to this day, no one has an answer for how this is possible. Like cuz I can't think of any examples in FNAF of just like you like taking it like I'm trying to think about how to explain it. Like if this scene was just Easter egg, disregard I am not canon to the current world around me, lol. And like same with her room. Like it just doesn't feel like Scott does that. Like he makes it relevant and like fit into the world that's around it again with like the arcade machines and security breach. I think he brought attention to the beak because he wanted us to note it's broken like the Foxy. But again, it's not neither of them are broken. Like the Mangle's pulled apart, yeah, but again, Toy Chica specifically like is able to remove her beak, right? And that's why he wanted to draw our attention to it because she's the only version of Chica that does that. Because maybe, seeing Bonnie with the red guitar was not enough of a giveaway. Or just seeing Mangle, because again, Mangle, whether the original animatronic or the pulled apart one, is connected to the toys. So, like, these are, like, unless you disagree, unless you don't think these are the toy animatronics, um, like, I don't, like they have to be. Like, there's nothing else they could be than but the toy animatronics. Like, that's clearly Mangle. That's clearly Toy Chica. There's a pretty good case to be made that that's Toy Bonnie, and more than likely that's Toy Freddy. And like that's just the really weird part. I get that it's a reference to FNAF 2, but I don't think the action figure is meant to have its beak taken off. I mean, I don't see why not. I mean, again, especially if Scott was not only making it and drawing our attention to it. Um, and why would he be referencing FNAF 2 again of all things? Like, again, he could have drawn the connection that this is the sister by having like, oh, she's playing with a Fredbear and there's a Spring Bonnie in her room, right? Like you could have done the same, or again with the original animatronics, you could have done the connection that way too. Like the super weird part is just why the toys specifically. Um, I like the toy like very clearly. I would think, like, if that's a known thing that Toy Chica can do, is remove her beak. I would think a toy representing her would be able to do the same thing. Do you apply the same logic to the kid with his finger trapped in the plush trap? Oh yeah, right over here. Do we know that's a plush trap toy? Not just a Spring Bonnie toy? Does he say that? Hang on. I'm not doubting you. Hang on. I just want to see, like... You're actually here. I'll do you one better. Let's see. FNAF for... mini game. Let's see. It says Spring Bonnie. Ah, okay. We're gonna keep going back and forth to these anywho's. Let's see. Scroll to the part. Where is he? Just to be sure. He says Spring Bonnie, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, yeah. Where's your plush toy? Mine is Spring Bonnie. Okay. Yeah. So that is a Spring Bonnie and not Plush Trap. So that would still fit in the world, yeah. Like, oh yeah, there's a toy Spring Bonnie. We're playing at Fredbear's. I have a heart on my shirt for some reason. My daddy says I have to be careful with him or I will pinch my finger. Oh yeah, like he's a finger trap, he says. Oh, like referencing to spring locks. Better watch out, I hear they come to life at night. If you die, they hide your body and never tell anyone. God, that's so weird too now. Here they come to life at night. How would she know that? And where would that story come from? Was it like a rumor? They come to life at night. If you die, they hide your body and never tell anyone. God, that's so weird. Him getting his finger trapped in Spring Bonnie is a reference to Springtrap, but it doesn't mean that Springtrap actually existed at the time of the minigame. I more took that as like a reference, like Finger Trap. I mean, yeah, sure, yeah, it does. Like, you could kind of like get Springtrap from that too, but just like the pinching the finger, like, oh, like with Spring Body, because they're all spring lock suits, and like, oh, if the toy were to fall apart in itself, like, oh, it would pinch the finger, right? Um, and yeah, why was there rumors of like what was happening at night at that point already? Well, actually, no, it wasn't happening yet. This is in 1983, before even the crying child dies. If you die, they hide your body and never tell anyone. Why is she saying that? Uh, why? Oh yeah, this is 1983. This is before the crying child even dies. This is before the remnant experiments. Like, why is apparently there a girl who's like spreading rumors or like knows about, or like, I hear they come to life at night. With context of Secret of the Mimic, you could say that this is a reference to the Mimic stuffing bodies. Ah. They hide your body, never tell anyone. Come to life at night. Maybe? Because the Mimic was doing that, yeah. Maybe if it somehow got out of Freddy's and was like a rumor where they found the employees like that. Possibly. You could make that fit now. Okay. Why do you look worried? See you at the party. Ha ha. I could see that now. Like, maybe that's like a in-world rumor about the Mimic and how they found the employees. Under the table and cries. This is scared. Why are you stop being a baby? Fazbear Int did know about that, so it stands to reason that rumors would spread. Of course, right? And that would make sense now. Like, retroactively now, yeah, but before the Mimic, before Secret of the Mimic, that would be impossible to explain. Are you going to the party? Everyone is going to the party. Oh, wait, you have to go. It's your birthday. Haha. It's confirming, yeah, it is the crying child's birthday. I hate that this video skips the swing set here. Oh, it does? What? Ripped off. Hang on. We got ripped off there. Hang on. Alright, Dawko.
Oh, thank God. Oh, Jesus. Night 3 complete, folks.
He looked very
GG.
dapper
Gonna
for
get a
his old
minigame.
streams.
I'm guessing so. Yes? No? 2 days until the party. Okay, we've got ourselves a minigame, folks. So we did take it.
He sounded so full of life
One
before
more
10
again.
years of FNAF theorizing destroyed his
hates you.
soul. Let's see.
Why? You have to get up.
Hang on, let's see. Yep, Dawko's got us
Get up,
covered.
You can
Hang
get
on.
out this time. Just check. Okay, I found someone else. Oh my God, swing set. Look at the little figures. Why are you crying?
Don't you like my toy collection? And yeah, out of all the kids you interact with, the swing set girl is the only one who doesn't mention the party or insult the fight victim.
You like my toy collection? What the hell? So there's a toy collection.
Why are you crying? Don't you like my toy collection? And yeah, if this is Elizabeth, which you've convinced me it is. Why are you crying? Don't you like my toy collection? Yeah, you can see the little beak on the ground too. Because, like, what are we supposed to do with that if, like, the implication is, like, oh, she breaks her toys? Like, I think this is more just, like, why are they the toy animatronics? You can see the side of the house in this frame, meaning in universe the swing set is on the property of the house. Yeah, and yeah, that would make sense. And like you say, he's just going outside and talking to his sister by the swing set. Okay. Um, I guess I just want to know why this exists in the memory of the crying child in 1983. Or do we even know that's what this minigame is? Like, there's a question. Um, and again, anyone else feel free to chime in. Um, Here, let's play the rest of
What
it.
the hell? So there's how many kids have I found now? 4 at the moment. There's one with the balloon. Looks pretty. Looks like Balloon Boy. There's a car. I can see Freddy under the car just by a tiny bit. Now let's speak to you. Are you going to the party? Everyone is going to the party. Oh wait, you have to go. It's your birthday. It's my birthday. So now we know, folks, it's my birthday. There's Freddy again. Hey, man. Hey, you haven't got
It's just a
those
hint
eyes
to
this
connect the
time,
girl
Mr.
with the
Brush
broken
It.
toy.
Pretty cool. Let's go
Again,
up
I
here.
guess I just see it different. I
No,
don't think the
go up
toy's
there.
broken. I think it's
There's
supposed to
Freddy
represent
again.
Toy Chica, and
In the
if her
flowers.
beak is supposed to come off
I'm
on
back
the
at
actual
home.
animatronic, you would think it would
Be
with a toy
careful.
representing her. Same with Mangle. Mangle's a pull apart.
Oh no.
Um,
Oh no.
it
Oh,
could be the
no.
toy was like that, or
Oh no. Let's go in here
um,
first.
it was some
Mangle's
sort of
still-
time shenanigans.
He's gonna be in my room.
But again, it would
He's
have to
hiding
be a
somewhere.
time shenanigan if that's Mangle either
I can hear him
way.
laughing.
Whether it doesn't matter whether that's the pull apart Mangle or the original Mangle. Mangle shouldn't exist in 1983 either way. Like a Mr. Potato Head. Oh yeah, and that's what I kind of wanted. Like the actual toys representing them are kind of like that.
No, he's not. Oh, Jesus Christ, for God's sake. You horrible man. You horrible man. Tomorrow is another day. You horrible, horrible man. Why would you do that to me? Oh.
Okay.
Look at the little
Horrible,
figures.
horrible man. Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to agree to disagree with that. Like, and God, you got me so close because, like, again, you convinced me that this is Elizabeth. I agree with you on that now. I don't think this is just some random girl anymore. Um. Oh well, the Foxy plush is broken just like the real Foxy from FNAF 1. Yes. Yeah. That's all been a thing, and that's always been odd as well. I guess I just don't know what to do with this. Like, this feels so specific. Again, like, I'd love you to explain why Scott chose to use the toy animatronics instead of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie or the originals, like the plushies that already exist. Like, why not just have toys of them too, you know? And you could have, like, drawn the same parallels that, oh, one of the toys is in the bedroom, this is the sister, ha 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 ha, right? Like, I'm still just mystified why they're toys of animatronics that don't exist yet. But we don't even know what the context of this minigame is. Like, is this the actual memories of the crying child? Like, and his, like, mind is, like, but it's while he's in Golden Freddy, so, like, maybe his mind is able to, like, pull new information in. I don't know. And, like, change his memory? I don't know. That is just so very weird. Like, I don't know why that's the case, but I think that it is. Um, is this a hot take? I don't know. Do you think it's good enough to call it a hot take that? Well, like I think most people agree that these are the toys. Surely. um. To be fair, the Spring Bonnie finger trap is also green, more green rather than yellow, which would make it more of a spring trap rabbit. And it could honestly be both. You know, there's no reason like one excludes the other. It could be referencing Spring Bonnie and Spring Trap at the same time because I mean, especially because they're kind of like, you know, pulled from each other, right? They're pulling from the same source, right? Um, because really, what is Spring Trap but the I guess withered you'd say version of Spring Bonnie. Um, I'm at a loss. Like, can I make a hot take out of this? I could if I could come up with a reason why is it the FNAF 2 animatronics. Let me cook. Of all the animatronics, I am Scott Cawthon. Her. I am making FNAF 4. I need to connect this to make it his sister, and I've done that. But why is this the easiest way to do it? I agree that they're meant to be a reference to FNAF 2. Okay. Yeah, so these are the toys. Okay. I just don't think they're meant to mean anything more than a hint to the sister. Again, he could have done that with any other animatronic or toys representing them, right? Like again, she could have been playing with like a Spring Bonnie here or like a regular Freddy or Foxy or something, and the other one or ones are missing in her bedroom, and then it's like, oh, you can still make the connection that way, and that would be easier. Like, why did he do FNAF 2 specifically? Because that doesn't really fit in the timeline here. Um, and it really just muddies the waters for no reason. When he had other alternatives to do the same thing, you know what I mean? Like that's just what I'm really hung up with, right? Because like, again, pretending I'm Scott Cawthon, like I would think I would notice this that like, oh, why am I pulling from characters that don't exist in this moment in time yet? Why don't I just do it with the characters that already exist, right? Like she's playing with like normal Freddy, Chica, and Bonnie, and just like the regular Foxy is in her room, right? Like, yeah, if this was like a regular Foxy, it would do the same thing, wouldn't it? If it was a broken toy Fredbear, you'd be saying it was a reference to Withered Golden Freddy. Would you be saying it was a reference to Withered Golden Freddy? If it was a broken toy Fredbear in here, would I say it was a reference to Withered Golden Freddy? I mean, maybe. That's one of a heck of a hypothetical. But even then, like, a Freddy is not a broken toy Fredbear. Yeah, Fredbear specifically. To Withered Golden Freddy. This was in her room, a broken toy Fredbear, um, which is golden, reference to Wither Gold. Yeah, I probably would. I could make that's how I would make that connection. Yeah, and it's drawing my attention to that for some reason. Um, and again, like no one has an explanation for this. Like There were easier ways to do this if all this is supposed to be is connecting this to be the sister, even though you did that with me with even less evidence. Like, the toys would just be additional on top of that. Really, you can just look at the sister, right? Like you pointed out to me. Look at her clothing, look at the bow, and look at how she's depicted later. Sure, we wouldn't have known it until later, but we would have, like, as of what, like the next game in the timeline, or that released. I'm sorry, like Sister Location, which was after, like, the next one after FNAF 4. We wouldn't have had to wait long to be able to connect, like, oh yeah, in the minigame, like, she looks an awful lot like that girl in the playground in Sister Location or FNAF 4, right? Um, that wouldn't have been hard to do at all. Um, like, I feel like I could build an amazing hot take here if I can come up for an explanation as to why. Like, why did he use the toys? Assuming this is all, like, in universe, right? Like, this is actually Elizabeth. These are actually physical toys, and, like, all of this exists. You know, just like the kid with the Spring Bonnie toy earlier and whatnot, right? Um, there's a hidden question mark at the end of the game implying that Scott was planning something. Yeah, I remember that as well. Um, this would be a great hot take. I just need to think why. Like, what is a satisfying answer to me as to why these are the toy animatronics? Like, I am Scott Cawthon. I decided not to use, like, the originals or Fredbear or Spring Bonnie. Why? When I could have made the same connections with them. Why did I do that? Were they planning on releasing them for, like, a long time? Like, kind of like how now with Secret of the Mimic, apparently they were planning on releasing or coming out with Freddy Fazbear's Pizza as early as 1979 with those promotional posters at Murray's, but they didn't actually open Freddy Fazbear's until 1983, like 4 years later. The hot take could just be that Scott was planning Sister Location back when FNAF 4 came out. I mean, yeah, that seems pretty solid here. Now, again, just looking at the sister, right? Now, sure, we would have had to retroactively apply that, right? Like, oh, look at the bow, look at the shirt, look at the shorts, like, look at where she is. Like, oh, this is clearly his sister. Like, yeah, we would have, just looking at her, ignoring the toys, we could have done that later. Um, like, we're so close to a really meaty theory there. I just need to come up with, like, why the question the community's been struggling with for a decade. Why are these toy animatronics? Again, like, again, like, but yeah, maybe like, um, because again, in Secret of the Mimic, that was an odd detail I picked up on like, oh, it's 1979. We are being advertised, like, with those posters in the manor for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza coming soon, and it doesn't come until like 4 years later. Like, why were they, like, promoting something so early? Um, I guess, like, I should have tied that more with my Chica's Party World theory, but still, like, there is a precedent for that. Maybe. I don't mean retroactively. I mean that her being the sister was a conclusion we could come to when FNAF 4 came out. Well, yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, not retroactively as into, like, today, but, like, when FNAF 4 came out and we saw the mini games and, like, learned more about Elizabeth, then when Sister Location comes out, or her being the sister was, we could come to when FNAF 4 came. I mean, yeah, even in FNAF 4, you could have but it seems like nobody did, as with a lot of big question marks with FNAF 4, right? Like, apparently there's a lot we missed in FNAF 4. And I think these toy animatronics are one of them, and something none of us have an explanation for. It's like, maybe they were promoting it, but again, the thing I've always heard is that like, Henry made the toys as a response to William doing the MCI and him being sure it was him. And maybe that's an answer to that question. Maybe Henry found out it was William after the MCI, um, and not when Charlie died. Maybe he was still on the fence about it, but then when the MCI happened, he definitely knew, oh yeah, this is William. Which is also why, well, so you tie them to a criminal database, but maybe they're also trained to look for William specifically too. I don't know. But either way, he was specifically making them like in response to all that happened, right? Why would we be seeing them before that ever happens? Maybe it was just continued lie, like this has to mean something, but like I'm trying to figure out what does it mean? Like were they planning uh on releasing like something like the second Freddy Fazbear's like years ahead of time, like a rebrand? But what would be the point of a rebrand if like everything was going great at Freddy's up until like 85? Like, like why if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like why would we need to rebrand Freddy Fazbear's if like the original with like the original 4 are doing great? Why do we need to remake it with these new 4 toy versions? That really doesn't feel like that would fit. I think the fact nobody came to this conclusion is the reason Scott pointed out the missing beak. It could be, and it would. It's just, I guess I'm saying, like, it can't just be about the sister. Because, again, like, you wouldn't even need to point to the toy to do that. Again, just looking at the sister in FNAF 4 here and comparing her with how she looked in sister location in the mini games, like, would you agree with me that like ignoring the toys around her, you could uh like pretty reasonably make the connection like, oh yeah, that was Elizabeth, and you don't need the toys to do that. I don't think it's connected to Elizabeth, or like that's just it at the very least. There's something Scott was trying to tell us here with these, because also again he could have used any set of animatronics to do this. The original, Fredbear Spring Bonnie. Like, why did he choose to do it with the toys specifically? Like, you could have avoided all these problems, accomplished all the same things. Um, the toys would still be broken regardless of what characters they were. Why? And again, I don't really think the toys are broken. I think the beak is removable, and Mangle you're supposed to pull apart. Or, maybe her breaking the Mangle was like the first instance of that happening, and maybe people thought of that later. I don't know. Like, either way, whether or not, again, like the one in her bedroom is the original, Mangle, or the torn apart one, and this is her just tearing apart an original. Either way, it still shows it's a toy, or one of the toy animatronics from FNAF 2, right? Like, do we? I'm pretty sure we still agree on that. That yes, this is Mangle. Whether it's the original or the pull apart, it doesn't really matter. It is still a toy animatronic in 1983. And that's the part I'm really trying to figure out here is like, how is that possible? And you're right, yeah, it would be broken. Toys would still be broken regardless of what characters they were. I guess I'd like to know like why you think that and like why that matters. I get what are we supposed to glean from that? I guess like is Elizabeth like violent and like she breaks her toys what is that supposed to mean? What are we supposed to do with that? I guess would be my question. This might be overthinking, but why would you make a chicken figure with a removable beak? I mean, hey, that honestly, to be fair, would be better towards Scott. Like, I don't know why in FNAF 2 he also needed to make that like a specification as a thing. Like, oh yeah, that's something the animatronic can do. Toy Chica can take off her beak and lodge it in your forehead or whatever. Like, why is that a thing? Hell if I know, but it's a thing she can do apparently. Um, why? I have no idea, but clearly the original animatronic can do it, so it stands to reason a toy depicting her would do the same thing. That would be like if you could take the face of Barbie and like put it on some like yeah, and I agree, and it is weird, but it's not just the toy that can do it; it's the original toy animatronic itself that does this. That the toy is copying is my point. Um, why does it do that? I don't know. Why did Scott decide to make that a feature that Toy Chica has in FNAF 2? Hell if I know. Mm, why is she missing her beak? I just remember there's a Toy Bonnie poster in Into the Pit, which takes place prior to the 87 location being open. Is there? Hold up. Hold up. Let's see. Okay, no. If there is, literally no one has made an image of it, I guess. Yeah, in the game, you go to the 1985 location, there's a Toy Bonnie poster just on the wall. Ah, here we go. Okay. 2 years ago. Uh, yeah, I agree. That's what that is. Pretty one for one, yeah. Mm. All right. Before I proceed, can I get you to agree that the movies, the games, and Into the Pit, and the books are all separate continuities of the same universe? Would you agree with that statement? That the books, the games, Into the Pit, and the movies, yeah, the books, games, Into the Pit, and the movies are four separate continuities all in the same universe. Okay, you'd agree with that. What's interesting to me is looking at this now, when we were just having this big question of, like, why is it. Where were we? Oh, well, we lost it. But why is it when we were just looking in the actual games in FNAF 4, why was Scott bringing a parallel to FNAF 2? And here, years later, because Into the Pit's only a couple years old, Scott, yet again, is drawing a parallel in two separate continuities of, like, oh, these FNAF 2 characters exist a lot earlier than we thought. Like, this is only reinforcing my thoughts right here. This was a very good bring up on your part, because this only strengthens my opinion that the fact that the toys she is playing with are the toy animatronics when they shouldn't even exist are important, and I don't know why, and this is just making me even more curious. I just remembered there is also an actual toy Bonnie found at the trash mill. Is there? Let's see. Here we might just have to watch Into the Pit. Here, can I see the mill specifically? Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. Okay. All right, here, Mark. See if he takes a look at any of it. Hang on. Mark, don't get mad at me. I don't run ads. I'm just trying to look for lore. Library. Do you go to the mill, Mark? Let's see. Not in that one.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everybody. Let's see. Ah, yep. Here we go. Mark, don't get mad at me.
I'm going to the mill, by the way. I didn't say that, but I'm
theorizing.
You were watching and you were actually paying attention.
I don't run
you
ads.
Looking away.
Well, I'll be damned. You were right. There he is, right there. That is clearly the shade of Toy Bonnie. That's the third reference now we have. One in the original games, and now two in Into the Pit, of the toys being around before they're supposed to. Oh yeah, and Trash in the Gang is here as well, which is also odd. This is only making me more and more and more curious. Like, we have three references now, count them, three, of the toys being around before they're supposed to be. Why? Smokestacks in the background. Yes, this is by the mill. I guess I'd also like to know, like, is this in the Into the Pit's modern day, or... Yes, it is. Because, yeah, he just left the school there, and he's talking to What's-Her-Face. Yeah, she gave him the notebook from years ago with my dad. So, yeah, this is present day as well, which is odd, but I don't think the trash changes whether you're in the, what is it? Undertow, or what is it? Whether you're in the future or the past, I think the trash piles stay the same. I'm pretty sure. This is modern day, yes, but I'm pretty sure I remember the trash piles don't change. I'm pretty sure. God, I hope they make a second Into the Pit game. This was very cool. Um, you can't leave the pizzeria when you enter the pit world. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And then when you can, it kind of like gives you the bad ending. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Huh. Again and again and again and again. Why are we being referenced to the toys? You just pointed out two more examples to me. Like, now you're only doing a better job of, like, getting me to stick to my theory here that these are important. Her playing with toy animatronics were important in some way, and it's clearly important enough to bring up again years later. Is that a Funtime Freddy head in the dumpster? Yeah, I kind of saw that. Maybe? It certainly looks like something, like a Freddy head. Like, here's the face and there's the eyes. God, what? Why? Ugh. Why is this? It has a pink snout. It sure does. Not like kind of tan-ish like the regular Freddy's is, if I remember right. That's a little too hard to tell. I'm pretty sure that is what it is. Maybe that's a little hat there too. Maybe. It's not just Trash in the Gang. There are other animatronic parts there too. Yeah. Gonna see them around. Well, it turns out this is MCM. This is what happened to MCM in the Into the Pit timeline. There'll be an update where you can just see an MCM logo somewhere. That'd really complete the trifecta, wouldn't it? Wait, you're right. What? That was me joking. I've I I kind of hope this is an MCM. I mean, what? Do you think it could? Saying this is MCM, do you think it could? Yeah, I guess, yeah, smokestacks, big factor. This was described as a mill, though. Wait a minute. Hang on. Hold up. Pause. In the books, when it's first brought up, wasn't it a paper mill, if I remember right, that Edwin bought to start his company in the first place, right? It was a paper mill, if I remember right. Am I misremembering? Or is that the case? In the book, and like when we first hear of like in the story The Mimic. Edwin made Trash in the Gang. Edwin made everything. Yes, you're right. Okay. I mean, that might be a bit of a connection. Maybe, again, in this continuity, it was actually a mill. Maybe Edwin came in later and bought it, or maybe this is after it fell. I mean, it could, like, it is possible. It's possible. Clearly, it's not functional or running now. It's described in the book that he makes Mr. Hugs. Is it now in the Mimic? That he makes Mr. Hugs the vacuum cleaner? My name is Edwin. I made the Mimic. Definitely might be cooking on something here then. A vacuum with arms. Can you quote that specifically? Because if that is the case, that is massive. If no one else has pointed this out, and you and me just noticed this. Can we see the map of the town? Yes. Yeah, and Freddy's is up there in that corner. Oswald's house, the school, and the library. But yeah, just pretend Freddy's is behind Mark there. Isn't the current theory that MCM is under the Pizzaplex? Yes. Well, a lot of people do, and with me at least, I believe the lower levels of MCM are under the Pizzaplex. Yes. Like the basement R&D and all that down there, I think that definitely survived and is under the Pizzaplex somewhere. In Help Wanted, it is shown that Freddy's is across the street from the Pizzaplex. Is it now? Which Freddy's and how? So we might be onto something here if that is the case. Just like the Freddy's and Mill is shown as here. Yeah, because they're pretty close to each other here. Like, kind of on the adjacent street. The FNAF 1 Freddy's, which is the same building the MCI happened at. Well, now we gotta look at Help Wanted. Let's see. Do you remember where in Help Wanted? Let's see. Mark, don't mind me again. Let's see. It's one of the endings. Help Wanted. I really need to get a VR set so I can play all these myself at some point. During the Christmas update. There's a glitch trap. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I want to see the full context of this, because, yeah, this is when you... Okay, you did a good job, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there is... Blarg. Yeah, snow blowing in from the outside, from the door. The Freddy's is clearly here. And yeah, Pizzaplex is across the street. Hopefully he kind of looks around. Can we see behind us? Yeah, keep looking around. I want to see. Is the Freddy's behind us? Yeah, well, the barn is, yeah. Would I say that's a Freddy's? Maybe metaphorically in the world of Help Wanted in the game. It's exactly where the mill would be according to Into the Pit. Yeah. Oh, wait. Hang on. What's that over there? God. Didn't that boundary break guy go through here? Hopefully I'd have to see. I wish I'd get a better look at that and see. Like, if that was an actual Freddy's right there, that would solidify it for me. And then this would have been where the mill would have been when MCM was still standing. Which would mean, yeah, that the mill and Into the Pit. Yeah, the player just exited a barn. Yeah, that is suspiciously close, but the building we came from, yeah, is this barn. Yeah, this doesn't look like a Freddy's location to me. But, I mean, clearly, granted, the inside of it was, like, that's the odd part, too, and why I'm thinking more game logic here, because this clearly is the inside of a Freddy's, right? But we go outside, and it's a barn, and even the door changes. Yeah, see? Yeah, wooden barn doors, yeah. But, so I'll just chalk it up to game logic. This is the backstage of Freddy's. Are they selling trees too? Buy two, get half off, or purchase of a twin, something for your family? Like, I don't know. I'm wondering, like, whether or not I'll just chalk it up to either game logic or the Freddy's is over there. Either or. But either way, I'm on the. I'm of the camp that, yeah, this would be the Freddy's stand-in. And that's where the mill would be. The player normally walks past the curtain and is stuffed into Freddy. Oh yeah, in action, the Help Wanted itself, like back here when you go through. Hmm. It takes you over, yeah. Oh yeah, and this ending. So by that logic, you could argue that Oswald's house is also Edwin's house. I think that's a bit stretchy because Oswald's house is clearly like in a suburb in town, and Edwin's mansion is like on the top of a massive hill on a mountain. I think that's a little too stretchy. God, it's so creepy.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Fazbear Entertainment would like you to put your hands together for the one, the only,
Oh yeah, and this is when you get stuffed in Freddy. Oswald has the same robot phone and Caterpillar toys. Yeah, I remember that. That was a very odd detail I noticed in my own playthrough, that, the toys are the same, which imply it's the same house. Yeah. And yeah, this is the same Freddy's where the MCI happened. Yes.
Congratulations on completing the Freddy Fazbear virtual experience. You did an amazing job. You might be wondering if you missed anything, or if there's anything left to see. So just take my word for it, you didn't miss anything, and there's nothing left to see. We're looking forward to a fresh start with you, now that we've all had a good laugh at these tall tales, and now that you realize that Fazbear Entertainment is a safe, family-friendly brand with no skeletons in our closet. So goodbye for now, and we'll see you on the toy aisle. Bye-bye. 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 Take care now.
To be honest, I think your joke of the mill being MCM might actually be something you can play with. How I normally stumble into lore, I guess. Like when I drew the connection between Golden Freddy and the White Tiger on stream. Apparently the other two had never heard of that before. And that was me joking. But I guess pretty much everyone's on that same page now. God, this one like freaked me out so much. So is the Veiny Mask something that already existed? I think it existed as a plan of Glitch Trap, and since Glitch Trap is in the Help Wanted game here, I think that stands to reason.
No hidden intent or purpose. So have fun.
Fall Fest of '83. I still stand by what I said in the stream as well. I think the next games we're getting are going to be a Fall Fest game, and then Scott and Steel Wool will round out the current arc with a Security Breach 2. We've gotten way too many hints and teases and hype towards Fall Fest and never seen it. And we also need to get some sort of conclusion to the cliffhanger at the end of Ruin. I'll stand by that. We're getting a Fall Fest next, and it'll be rounded off with a Security Breach 2, or a Ruin 2, technically. But I definitely think they'll both be a full game. What if Security Breach 2 is the Fall Fest game? And they kind of combine them somehow? But God, that'd be a lot to fit in both, because, like, again, there's so much more they could go into with William and Henry. And, like, again, I pointed it out in the stream. I'll ask you, like, what did we learn about William and Henry? Like, maybe 2 things, right? That we didn't already know. How many more questions did we get on Fall Fest? Like, a lot, right? Because, like, now we know for sure Fiona died there. We also know, it was a fire specifically that killed her. And now there's just more questions, like, was she the only one that died? How did the fire get started? Right? Like, where was the Mimic and David, right? Like, we've got so many questions now. In terms of the Mimic arc, the story would both start and end at Fall Fest. Possibly.
To escape through someone.
But, like, how would it really
Someone
start
plugged
at
into
Fall
this
Fest? To
game.
be honest, I don't think we need to learn more
That's
about William and
you.
Henry to understand the specific story
You
with the
have to let it
Mimic.
begin the process of leaving through you. Then use the disconnect switch that I've embedded by the main stage.
And I guess we don't.
Let it approach
And it would probably be better to keep it vague in a lot of aspects as well, but, like, God, there's so much. Like, we barely know anything about William, really. Henry, even less, right? Like, it just feels like they're not really characters and just, like, more, like, framing point. Like, I don't know. That's just the feeling we all got, that, like, there needs to be more meat and potatoes to William and Henry, both. And we thought we were getting that in Secret of the Mimic. Oh, the game where we're going into the past to fill these blanks. Like, what other perfect time to go into the past and, like, clear things up and, like, fill things out with William and Henry then. But I guess not. But unless they're also doing a Fall Fest game, which I think they are. At most, they could make cameos and have small impacts on the story. And yeah, that's fine. I'm not saying they have to be, like, the central focus to whatever plot is happening in the game, but just, like, more meat and potatoes to their character, right? Like, learning more about them, right? Like, even a detail like, oh, Henry, was divorced from his wife before, 83. Like, we heard that mentioned once in the books, and literally never since, but, like, even a detail like that, like, how big would that be with theories? Right? If we could confirm that for sure in the games, like, I guess I more mean stuff like that. It's going to be something random, like L Chip's Waffle House. I mean, God, it very well could be, with how damn wrong I was about, like, oh, like, the purple bow tie, it looks like a younger William. We're clearly going to play as William in Secret of the Mimic, and I'm dead wrong. I said that in the stream, too. Like, we're going to Disney World for the next game. Who knows? Because apparently I can't predict these things. Even though, like, clearly that's what they were doing with the purple bow tie. I don't care what any of them say. They knew what they were doing making that bow tie purple in the teasers. How did you think that was William? Clearly, that's Edwin. When we had never met them at that point, he just likes purple bow ties. It would be nice to learn more about the two families and how each other interacted with you. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying too. Like, what was the relationship between William and Henry actually like? What did that look like? Like, even a single conversation. How cool would that be? How neat would that be to hear an actual conversation between William and Henry? Like, how did they treat each other? Like, what were they doing? Like, how did they talk to and regard each other? You know, how did they tackle problems? Like, how did the relationship, like, build up? How did it fall apart, right? Like to see stuff like that, like, that's more what I'm wanting to, because, like, what is neat with William and Henry is that you could just sprinkle little sprinklets, and you could do so much with that. Like, having things like, oh, Henry was divorced from his wife. Oh, this is how they talk to each other. Like, oh, like my recent theory made, like, imagine if we got that confirmed. Like, oh, yeah, Henry did indeed, for sure, own Chica's Party World, and that's how he got into Freddy's. Is that, what is it? He did a merger with William. You know, like, stuff like that, like how everything got started, and just, like, fleshing these characters out, I guess I just like to see more of. But I also admit that, like, in a lot of ways, like, I don't want it fleshed out too much because, like, I have my own, like headcanons, for lack of a better word, and I don't want to broke it. Well, just because, like, specifically with William, like, I lean on the idea that William wasn't always evil, and, you know, a lot of people don't like that. But, like, I don't know, like, if you kind of clarify that, it kind of goes away, and I'm afraid Scott would pull a George Lucas and, you know, not follow through with the things he's hinted. Did Michael and Charlotte ever interact? That's a question. Charlotte. Excuse me. How did Charlotte view William? Oh, like, Charlie. When you say Charlotte, you mean Charlie, right? Did William favor Elizabeth over the other two? Yeah, I think it's implied Elizabeth was the favorite. And then the crying child, and then Michael. Well, at least definitely after the crying child died from Michael. Stuff like that would be so interesting. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I remember Elizabeth's voice line. Hold up. Speaking of weird things in FNAF, hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Yep, right there.
We need you so that we can leave. Isn't this why you understand? Everything is... You have to go and you let me play with her. Daddy, you let the other children go see her. Why won't you let me go? Daddy, just once let me go play with her. She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just...
Boom. Right there. Isn't that a weird line now? Now with Secret of the Mimic out, isn't that an odd line? He made Circus Baby for Elizabeth. What in God's name did he mean by that? If Circus Baby and all the other fun times were made to extract Remnant and, like, fuel his Remnant experiments, what did William mean by, oh, I made her for you? And at the same time, he's trying to keep her away from her. And I mean, the only thing that I immediately think of is like, oh, what if he was trying to make his whole family immortal? Maybe. Like, that's how I kind of read that. Also, it sounds like he was actively trying to keep... Yeah, exactly. Like, why would he say, oh, I made Circus Baby for you, but I want you nowhere near her ever? Like, how does that make sense? Because... proposing the theory that, like, he wasn't after immortality just for himself, or to bring back the crying child, but if this remnant goo stuff he found did work and he knew about it, he just had to perfect it. You know, he could say, like, oh yeah, I made her for you because I'm going to make you and the rest of us immortal. That's kind of how I read. I don't know how else that would make sense. Can we hear the line from right before she dies?
For me?
Sure.
Daddy isn't watching. Don't tell Daddy that I'm here. I wanted to watch your show too. I don't know why you won't let me come see you. You're wonderful. Where did the other children go?
There you go.
Where did the other children go?
Yeah, just asking that, basically. So, why do you think he wasn't watching at the moment? I mean, just the, obvious thought of, like, oh, it's the opening day of, Sister Location, his first, like, big branch off company after the success of Freddy's. He was probably just really busy. Especially if this is his own venture, Henry probably wasn't here to help either. Well, maybe not, but even if he was, opening day, it's probably a big day, right? Sounds like it didn't take long for her to be left alone with her for this to happen. That's still like a super odd line. Like, the only thing I can think of, unless you've got a better or different explanation of this, I read this as he was doing the remnant stuff not just for himself but his whole family. My personal guess is that he isn't watching because this is also when the Springlock suit was malfunctioning. Could have been, and maybe that distracted him and Henry. Could very well be the case. Like, the Springlock's broken. We gotta fix this before we really open. I could see that. Maybe that happened with one of the employees or whatever the exact Springlock failure is. God, and even that doesn't explain that line in FNAF 6. Like, there are 3. Where would multiple simultaneous Springlock failures happen? Like, that line has never been explained. That's the only thing I can think of that would get his I guess attention is what you mean. I mean, it would explain it, right? Like, if you are right, and there was a Springlock failure of some kind at Circus Babies the day it opened, distracted William and Henry. She goes off to see Circus Baby alone, and that's what happens. I mean, that would certainly fit. It would explain a lot, like, even more so of them just being busy. They were busy dealing with the Springlock failure, before they open, and then she just snuck off and saw Circus Baby. Um, Moreover, I guess if he was a total monster, why would he say he made her just for her if he also doesn't want her anywhere near her? He doesn't want her to die to it, but he made it for her. Presumably, again, for the remnant experiments, because what else would this mean? Oh, I made her for you. To be fair, even if it isn't the same one mentioned in FNAF 3, we still know there was a Springlock suit at the restaurant. Well, yeah, no, I was just saying, like, separate to that, like, that line in FNAF 3 that you brought up, like, at the start of the stream is also still very stuck with me. I have no earthly idea on where in the lore multiple simultaneous Springlock failures are mentioned. We still know there was a Springlock suit at that restaurant, and sure, yeah, because of the one that Mike hides in later, we don't know for sure whose it is. Again, there's been a lot of people theorizing that it was an MCM one that they just kind of like yeeted into Circus Babies because, like, you know, maybe vaguely similar theming. The multiple Springlock failures could be referring to multiple in the same suit, just like in the one in the arm. I mean, when you hear like a Springlock fails, it sounds like the whole suit usually goes. Not like a piece of it, like multiple simultaneous Springlock failures. Here, let's do that. Let's listen to that line in FNAF 3. We'll find it. The one Michael is in said by Baby to come from her restaurant. Yes. So, well, yeah, if it's... Well, we don't know if she meant that as in, like, oh, it was there, or, oh, it was built there. I mean, sure, what context you could take it to mean it was made for it, but, you know, until we can see the darn thing, we don't know for sure. Also, again, if you're ever bored, I made the theory that Phone Dude got the licensing rights from Henry to do Fazbear Frights, which is why Henry's a co-owner. Spectators at night 4. The security guard. Night 4. There you go. Saved us like 10 minutes. Thank you for subbing, Gamer Girl. Feel free to chime in as well. That's an odd one. Multiple simultaneous Springlock failures. Unfortunate incident. Again, it makes it sound like there's multiple Springlock suits that have failures at the same time. Not that, like, one suit has failures in multiple spots on itself at the same time. I guess it could technically be either, but it reads more to me like, oh, there's multiple suits that failed at the same time. Um, retired, appropriately located. This is a question. When do you think these tapes were made? That's a good question. Tape on Night 5 talking about how someone continued moving the suit. The implication that the MCI is happening. Ooh, okay. That might answer my question. Let's see. Yeah, this is like just before the MCI. So this is just before then yeah, and if we're of the same opinion that the MCI happens in 1985, so then that would mean these tapes are from 1985 then, right? That is odd. Because if they're saying, yeah, don't use the suits, multiple simultaneous spring lock failures before the MCI. Well, and I guess with Secret of the Mimic now, again, a recurring statement in this stream. With Secret of the Mimic now, like it even being known that the spring locks were having failures all the way back when they were being prototyped by MCM, and Edwin found a solution to them. Like that would still track that maybe these things were failing pretty much that fairly early on as well, and into Sister Location even later, because they never fixed them or like updated them with however Edwin fixed them. So and this narrows it down as well. Multiple simultaneous spring lock failures before the MCI in 85. So this was just like a big workplace accident then that happened at some point, like just before the MCI. I guess by massive coincidence. And the suit that got the others retired was at a location that was open alongside the first Freddy's. Yeah, I could see that. After 83 and Freddy's opens, but before the MCI in 85, like, yeah, that was the time when, like, Freddy Fazbear's was, like, at its zenith, between, like, 83, 85. Yeah, they were doing very well financially from what we can tell, so, like, having another location at the time, sure, I can buy it. And there were just like multiple Freddy Fazbear's pizzas. Because that's what the sister location means. And that's what I figured you meant by that, is that it was another Freddy's location and not like actually the sister location bunker. Goodness, excuse me. That's where I thought the Springlock failure would have had is that it happened at another, like, Freddy's restaurant we don't see, basically, in the mainline games, but it, like, happened, the one that she's referencing happened, sometime between 83 and 85 at another Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So, and that's another thing, like, these accidents are stacking up, because there's one, at least, the one that she mentions, that has to happen between those two dates, and now, with the one in FNAF 3, we've got potentially multiple that happen all at the same time, just, like, the days before the MCI happens. That's also curious, like, these things were really crappy. Actually, I still do think that Circus Baby's Pizza World is the sister location. Well, and now we're back at an impasse. like, um, because it could be either. I mean, either way, whenever the hell it happens, the point is that these suits were failing pretty regularly. Or at least there was the one bad one. At the same time, the restaurant, not the bunker. The restaurant I agreed with because, again, like, it probably could in the same day. And, yeah, as we pointed out earlier, that would make sense because, like, oh, now William and Henry are distracted with something. Oh, we gotta fix this before the grand opening, right? And then Elizabeth sneaks off to Circus Baby, and then the rest happens from there. It's just specifically, after learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location. If there are multiple suits, then it all happened at the same time, which, again, with the word simultaneous, with multiple things happening at the same time. Again, like, this just keeps implying to me, like, multiple suits are having Springlock failures at the same time. This might be me stretching, but the night that Michael gets put into the suit is also on night 4. I mean, that might be a little far, but I think there's something here. I think there's something to be said, definitely, with all this. Okay, well, multiple simultaneous Springlock failures. I guess I could just chalk it up to that, is that there was an event just before the MCI, because this is in, like, the days leading up to the MCI, because then on this night 5, right, this is the one, yeah, the Spring Bonnie suit has been moved, yeah, which is probably William, like, trying it on and testing it again, just before the MCI. So it's presumed, like, that it happens in, like, the day or days after this. And so, if this one, learning of an unfortunate incident, like, it sounds like it happened at least relatively close to this point in time. So, like, yeah, just before the MCI, there was an incident that's never really been explored of, like, multiple Springlock failures at the same time. Bite victim dies, so William kills Charlotte. Elizabeth dies, so William commits the MCI. Oh, that was a Charlie, Charlotte, yeah, same difference, yeah. Elizabeth dies, so William commits the MCI. Well, it wasn't necessarily because she died. I thought, well, and actually, yeah, I guess so, because that would have been the big onus for him to be like, oh, what the hell, like, and he probably would have programmed or tried to in the suit, like, oh, hey, don't grab my daughter, right? And if it did, especially if it did anyways, he's like, well, damn, these things are crap. And they're probably going to get me caught. Like, I don't want to use these. I'm going to have to do this myself. Okay, I could see that. Which is what you mean by, like, bite victim dies, William kills Charlie, or Charlotte. Elizabeth dies. William does the MCI. I've got to do this myself. Okay. Yeah, that tracks. Um, I guess it's not really a hot take to say that this is just like pointing out like an obscure bit of lore is that apparently just before the MCI happened, there were multiple springlock failures. Um, and not counting the one that you mentioned um, at the Circus Baby restaurant, which also would have been before this. Also, the tape says after learning, which could imply it's been some time, and it could be. I mean, you would think if like it's the parent, Fazbear's like the parent company, like of all these like potentially franchise locations of Freddy's, or just different locations they're all running anyways. Maybe not too much time, maybe like a couple days, if that. Um, just now learning about the springlock failure. Um, I don't know. I would think a couple days at most, like maybe earlier in the. And speaking of, like, are there any when we get these tape? What do the earlier tapes say? Foxy Head, boo. Hey, let's see. Audio cassette. These are like prehistoric. Here we go.
For Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
I want to know what the earlier ones say.
With much needed information on how to handle / climb into / climb out of mascot costumes. Right now we have 2 specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit.
Spring Bonnie Fredbear.
So please pay close attention while learning how to operate these suits, as accidents / injuries / deaths / irreparable and grotesque maiming can occur. First, we will discuss how to operate the mascots when they are in animatronic form. For ease of operation, the animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sound cues. This is an easy and hands-free approach to making sure the animatronics stay where the children are for maximum entertainment / crowd-pleasing value. To change the animatronics to suit mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer. Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure the animatronic devices remain fixed. We will cover this in more detail in tomorrow's session. Remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Okay. What about night 3? Yeah.
Hello. For today's lesson, we will be continuing our training on proper suit handling techniques. When using an animatronic,
Might have been when they happened.
please ensure that the animatronic parts are tightly compressed and fastened by the spring locks located around the inside of the suit. It may take a few moments to position your head and torso between these parts in a manner where you can move and speak. Try not to nudge or press against any of the spring locks inside the suit. Do not touch the spring locks at any time. Do not breathe on the spring locks, as moisture may loosen them and cause them to break loose. In the case that the spring locks come loose while you are wearing a suit, please try to maneuver away from populated areas before bleeding out, as to not ruin the customer experience.
I guess it would also stand to reason that him saying that kind of implies like they've dealt with this before. It's kind of like the, hot beverage warning on McDonald's cups, right? Like, someone had to get burned for them to get put there, right? Like, that's kind of what I'm wondering here. Um, and that might be the one from that Circus Baby mentions in Sister Location from her restaurant, and that hers, on the opening day, the Springlock suit that failed, was the first time that happened for them. And then there's an event between that and the MCI, like just before the MCI. It sounds there were multiple of these failures at the same time.
As always, if there is ever an emergency, please go to the designated safe room. Every location is built with
That's what I get from that, at least. Also, in case you don't know, it's implied that the safe room is also the room the kids were killed at. Yeah. And that was kind of reinforced into the pit as well. Everybody's kind of been on the same page on that for a while, is that he led them back to the safe room, where the cameras were off and there'd be no evidence.
There's been a slight change of company policy concerning use of the
Suits.
Don't. After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures.
What's also interesting in how he words this, at the sister location, like implying it's like a singular location where multiple suits are failing at the same time. The sister location. And he's also instead of saying a, like, after learning of an unfortunate at a sister location, he said the. So that would imply, again, that there was only one other, like, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzas open yet, at least. And that they had only had the two. There's this one again. Yeah, the sister location. It's not like there's 20 of them. So at this point, Fredbear's is closed. There's the original Freddy Fazbear's, and then there's a sister location. Presumably another one while they're expanding. Yeah, that would track. If only we had a game that was themed after the sister location. I mean, yeah, but that'd be too obvious. What, you think the Springlock failure happened there? Oh, of course not. It's just like Security Breach, right? Like, oh, you thought the fully animated cinematic cutscene was the true ending? No, it was the Princess Quest ending, obviously. That's the canon ending. Like, this is just kind of FNAF being FNAF. But I do think there was the one at the Circus Baby restaurant on the one day it was open. Again, like, before they were, well, really officially open. I think there was a Springlock failure there. That was the first one. Elizabeth dies. Woe is me. Remnant Experiments. Before MCI. Just before it happens, boom, a bunch more Springlock failures at the same time. Or, well, like, just before the MCI happens. At one of the two Freddy's locations. Presumably the newer one. If, like, phone guy Ralph is working at the original one. But, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter either way. One of the two Freddy Fazbear's Pizzas running, you know, between 83 and 85. Because he was offered a manager position, if I remember right, which is why I think Ralph was the big snitch, and that he's the one that told. I honest to God think Ralph was the one, the big snitch, the one who told William and Henry about M2. I really do think. Hell, maybe that can be my hot take. I think Phone Guy was the one who told William and Henry about M2. Is that a hot take? I'm going to be honest, every time I have seen this connection be brought up, the debunk I always see is the same variant of, that's too simple. Of what? Oh, that a Springlock failure was at, like, the sister location bunker where the rental service was? I mean, maybe. Could be. I would more think she was referring to the restaurant when it was open for the day, And again, that like even more fits because that would explain like, oh, what were William and Henry so busy with? Yeah, the sister location connection. Yeah. But seriously, like I think I might have found a hot take here. Um, do you think Ralph was the one, the phone guy, basically, Ralph phone guy? Uh, he was the one that told William and Henry about M2 and started their whole interest in Murray Co. and like started all of these events in the first place. Do you think that's a hot take? That's what I'm saying. It happened at the restaurant. Yeah. And yeah, we're on the same page with that. I agree with you on that. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, there was a spring lock failure, and it's the first one, technically, that happened with Fazbear's. They're distracted. Elizabeth goes to see baby. Da. The rest happens from there. Yeah. I can get behind Ralph being the snitch. Do you think that'd be a good hot take? Do you think people might, like, disagree with that, or that's... Because that's the hard thing with a hot take. It's got to have evidence, but at the same time, it's got to be like one of those things that you could see either way. It sounds good to me, but like I see how other people could like doubt that because that is more of an assumption that phone guy was a manager, even though like William outright offered it to him. Presumably he takes it. Like clearly he's still working with them. Yeah, people would probably disagree. I might go with that one then. I'll have to make a video about that. That'll be my hot take submission. And hey, you heard it here first. I think that because yeah, William offered him the manager's position, right, in that email. For example, I've been saying the snitch was Milton. I think there were multiple. I just think the big one that told them about M2 was Ralph. Saying the snitch was Milton. Milton does become one, and because it sounds like there was like a lot being stolen and like leaked and told to, not just with like M2, but like other stuff in the facility, other characters, or like even with what is it? Stan's low budget tech, like we end up seeing in FNAF 6, right? It sounds like Stan and at least one other employee ran off with MCM Tech and started their own tech company. It sounds like everyone was ripping off Edwin by the end of it, in one way or another. Also, the way Ralph is talking in these tapes implies that he might have been a manager at some point. Well, which is what, like, I'm wondering, like, he sounds like a person of authority who would be the one to give these phone calls to people, like, hey, do this, like, do that, don't, right? Don't use the suit. Like, I'm telling you to not use the suits. Like, it's a bit of an extrapolation, but, like, if he's clearly working for Freddy's, William offered him a manager's position. In what world would he deny the manager's position, but decide to work for Freddy's anyways? You know? I think that actually fits really well. That Ralph, or at least was a snitch, that told William and Henry about M2. And that's what got him the manager's position. Or the other employee names or whatever, but he was a snitch. And that's what ended up happening, basically. But specific, it would just be so poetic if Phone Guy was the one to tell them about M2, and just that knowledge is what draws their attention to like taking over MCM in the first place and sets into motion literally all of the events that happen later, which, mind you, also includes his own death, by the way, which is actually very like Greek tragedy. He might get demoted after the MCI happens under his watch. Might. Possibly. maybe Henry was pissed at him, and demoted him possibly. Um, but at least for a bare minimum, at least for a while, I think he would have. If he's working at Freddy's, in what world again does William offer him? Uh, what is it? A manager position in exchange for an employee list or whatever. He ends up working for Freddy's, but like wouldn't take the manager position offered. Like that doesn't make sense. Like I think he did it. I think he gave him the employee list and like possibly even knowledge about M2. Which if he did, and that's what drew their attention to MCM in the first place, into like trying to take it over, that would be such like a Greek tragic twist, especially to his fate. Which would be why he has the security guard position by the time of FNAF 1. Oh, yeah, and that's true, too. Oh, yeah. Because, okay, like, yeah, William gives him the manager's position. He's a manager. William does the MCI. Henry's pissed. He gets demoted to, like, regular security guard. He works the regular security guard job all the way up into FNAF 1 where he dies. Yeah, God, that's tragic. I mean, like, in a way, he, like, kind of got it because, like, it was him, like, kind of selling out his boss that kind of literally, like, you could make the argument that because of Phone Guy, all of the events in the story, like, happened after that. Because if William and Henry didn't know about M2, like, would you, like, could you make the argument that they never would have been interested in taking it over in the first place? And they just would have, like, oh, they're the people we contract our suits out to, and that's really all they are. You know? I think there's a case that genuinely could have happened, and then, like, none of the events that happened later would have happened. I like that. That Phone Guy Ralph, yeah, was the one. If he is the one that also told them about M2. And I could see that too. Maybe Ralph's like, oh, I'll get them the employee list and tell him what. I'll do him one better. I'll also tell him about this cool secret project that Edwin's been working on, talking to that robot thing everybody knows about up in his office. You could also say he got demoted again when the Bite of 87 happens while he was a guard at the FNAF 2 location. Oh, yeah, if he was like head of security or something. Or a security manager, and then one of his employees dies. Yeah, I could see that too, and he gets demoted again. And God, again, yeah, that would be such like a Greek tragedy fate for Phone Guy. That he kind of caused his own demise in a roundabout way. God, that would be neat to get more of like Ralph's opinion, like why he like decided to turn on Edwin too. I guess everyone did by the end, but still. Um But yeah, I think that would go for a hot take. Yeah. That Phone Guy was the one that basically started everything. He starts as a manager, gets demoted to chief of security, then demoted to just security. Yeah, that sounds right, and that would track, yeah. He was a manager at one of the two Freddy's locations. MCI happens, he's demoted to chief of security. Bite of 87 happens at the FNAF 2 location. Then he's just demoted to just security. And by the time Freddy's is on its last legs at the FNAF 1 location in the 90s, is when he dies. Especially if Charlotte dies at Freddy's, which would also be under his watch. I think she died at a Fredbear location? Or blah, 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 blah. Hang on. It could have been either. We don't know for sure which one she died at. Whichever one would have had a security puppet, I guess. I guess that's the answer to your question. Like, goodness, excuse me. Do you think the security puppet would have been either at a Freddy's location or a Fredbear's location? Or, well, and I guess that's also well, because that's the rough part, right? Both the crying child and Charlie die in the same year. So, like, which was the thing that really killed Fredbear's? Was it the crying child dying, or was it the murder of Charlie? Which would have actually finally closed their doors? Would it have just been the crying child dying, or would it have been, like, Charlie? It could be either. And because of that, it's kind of hard to tell, like, did she die at a Freddy's or a Fredbear's? You know? Um, unless I'm, like, drawing a blank. That's what I remember, at least. Um, I could maybe see them using the security puppet after Bite victim died due to not being monitored. Yeah, and that would track. Well, I mean, and I'm saying, like, it happened after. I'm just saying, like, we don't know for sure, uh, if Charlie died at a, Freddy's or a Fredbear's. Not that it hugely matters, because it all happens within the same year of 83, but still. She could have died at either. Um, although I will give you, like, I think the security puppet thing, like, might be more of, like, a test thing they would have tried at their new place of Freddy's. But that's just a guess on my part. Um, but yeah, I think I'll use that for a hot take, and I might, in the stream here, I still have to, like, cook food. um, yeah, like, I really like that one. Hot take, every adult in this universe is just awful. Oh god, you need to wait until the next stream. Me, Bronze Films, and V do. You hear of Goober. You've heard of, what is it, Stitch Line? How about Goober Line? We're making the theory that everyone in this story is a goober. Um, oh no, you want a real hot take theory. Something I've been cooking on for a while. Um, that I know will make people mad. You've heard of Shatter Victim. Well, how about Shatter William? I'm not gonna tell you what the theory is, but that is a theory I am cooking on in the background. Is Shatter William, or Shattered William. Except Fiona. Right, Fiona is the smart one. So yeah, if you want to, like, try to draw parallels, just watch a video on a Shatter Victim, I guess. Not saying I 100% agree with it, but it's certainly an interesting theory, Shatter Victim. But yeah, Shatter William, or Shattered William, either or. I guess Shatter William, just to keep up the theming. But yeah, thank you for helping me figure all this out, and I got a lot of great ideas. Like, I want to do the hot take video, and then I want to do my, what is it? I'm doing a theory on the fires, and like, you kind of got my opinion on that earlier, not to, like, spoil a future theory for you too bad, but, if you've seen my other videos, like, I think 2 videos ago I hinted to, like, all the fires that have happened at the start of the video, and, like, why it doesn't seem to work all the time, or, like, inconsistent at best. I'm we're gonna do a theory. That's gonna be my next full theory video, but I want to do this hot take video first. Yeah, you were asking for hot takes this whole time, and you just now revealed you had Shatter William in your pocket. A magician never reveals all his secrets. Oh, come on, because no one's thought of that. It's my OC theory. Please don't steal. It's certainly a hot take theory. I'll say that. I need to find more evidence for things. I've got a giant schizophrenic Google Doc I'm working on. The evidence is piling up. It's more just about how, like, I kind of, like, dot the T's, cross the I's, and, like, communicate it to people in a way that, like, attempts to not piss people off, at least. But sadly, I do think there is evidence for it of Shatter William. Just to kind of hype you up a little bit. That one won't be for a while, because I want to do, again, the hot take video, the fire video, and then maybe I'll work on that one. Or have it done by, or ready by then, to be done. Well, and mind you, on top of all of this, I'm not only trying to start a business, but I'm also trying to teach myself DaVinci Resolve, so I'm going through an entire different video editor at the same time, so uploading videos have been slow recently. But hey, tonight, if you're bored and you want to hear me yap more, please feel free to go through any other of my recent theories. I put some decent elbow grease into some recent ones. I mean, you've caught my attention with just that name alone. I figured it would. And I was like, oh, wait. What's all this about Shatter Victim? And like, oh, his soul's in multiple pieces? What could I mean by Shatter William, then? You know? But I'll leave you with that. Oh, goodness. But yeah, thank you for that. I'm gonna start to work on that theory tomorrow. I need to cook something. Have a good night, and thank you so much for watching the stream. Again, feel free to comment or whatever on any of my other theories. If you've liked listening to me yap this long, I think you'd like my other theories. And yeah, try to be a regular. I'll try to stream a little more often. But thank you. You have a good night, and I will hear from you soon. See ya.